Hello. What up? How are you? All right. What's up, Jericho? Hello. What is this? Hello. That's a sudden stream. Yeah, I had to do it before I lost the mental will. What up, Bad Wolf? What up, Delphi? No lead-in time? No lead-in time, because this is Critical Eyes. I need to try to do the intro more. Hello, I'm Megaphone Man. This is Critical Eyes, a series where I, a DM who has never seen Critical Role before, watches through Critical Role. I talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful sometimes. Last session was more on the ugly side, but I'm hopeful. For this one, episode 89, we just watched the Kraken fight, and it was I thought about it. I went and I got online with some of my friends later that night. We were playing some Marvel Rivals, and they were like, "How was your day?" And I was like, "Whew, oh man, let me tell you." Oh man, let me tell you. And I was like, that was some of the first thing that I said was, that was some of the worst D&D I've ever seen. And then I said, wait a second. I started to explain myself, and I go, okay, actually, it wasn't some of the worst D&D I've ever seen. I've seen worse D&D. I've DM'd worse D&D. I've seen worse D&D in Critical Role. But it was one of the most, I would say, uncomfortable, or some of the most uncomfortable D&D I've ever watched, especially for like an extended period. It was such an extended period of uncomfortableness, where like nothing individually like really peaked out. Like, I think so many Orion moments were like peaked worse than anything that happened in 88. There have been Matt encounters that I thought peaked worse. Like, I was, maybe, I don't know. But I don't think that's a ridiculous thing to say. I think it could be maybe argued, but regardless, it was just that it was the average badness was up here, and it was so long. And it's one of the reasons that I used to talk about pacing a lot. And I don't as much anymore, because I used to talk about like, not nitpicky pacing necessarily, but like more granular pacing. Like much more like granular, like, oh, this specific thing or that specific thing. You know, I used to talk about, I mean, I still talk about this occasionally, but, you know, ending on initiative versus not ending on initiative. That's mostly like a pacing and tone thing. But there is often, or at least sometimes, much more broad scale things to consider when it comes to especially a encounter like the Kraken, because any encounter where you're going into like initiative, or you think there's a really high chance of going into initiative and starting to use all of the combat mechanics, those are immediately going to take longer. The more mechanics you get involved, the more rules you get involved, the longer something's going to take. Kind of regardless of what it is, regardless of what system it's in, it's going to take longer out of fiction to represent the same amount of time in fiction. Unless the rule is like specifically meant to abstract time. You know, something like a long rest. I guess a long rest won't do the same thing. But the more rules there are around long resting or around downtime or whatever you want to call it, the longer that's going to take out of fiction. So even comparing something like a D&D long rest to a Daggerheart long rest. I love Daggerheart long rests. They're going to take longer outside of fiction because they have more mechanics. And in D&D, that delineation is very sharp. That delineation is very like, is this combat? Is it not? Because that's where most of the rules are kind of located in D&D and most of the mechanics. And so if you aren't wanting to get as granular about the pacing during a storytelling moment, I do think one of the main places you can really focus your attention to avoid really bad paced stuff is encounters and just building in shortcuts. It's something that I'm trying to do a lot more in my games. I thought about it a lot in terms of one-shots. I'm really trying to get better at one-shots. And the idea of building in like shortcuts or escape hatches, because the pace is so important in a one-shot, and like getting through it in a reasonable amount of time is so important. You can't have a slog in a one-shot. And one of the most basic pieces of advice for a one-shot is build it in such a way that you can cut shit. I get if you're worried about it going overtime, which I think that's a pretty common worry. Maybe I'm wrong. But it's just like build it in a way so that you can cut shit. And I'm not necessarily saying even that Matt should have seen that with the Kraken. I'm more saying in retrospect, right? I talked about last stream how my map notation came about after I'd run a bunch of bad maps. And I didn't understand why they were bad, and I was trying to figure it out. And I still use my map notation mostly for post-analysis. I still use it for construction sometimes. But oftentimes it's for understanding maps after they've already been made. Or even if I'm like, grabbing a map that seems cool from online, but I want to like make sure that, what's going on with it. Maybe then I'll use it. But again, that's like after the map has been created, I'm looking at it to make sure. So if I want to kind of look at this from the perspective of you're Matt, you've just run episode 88. It's not good. That happens. No matter how much advice, D&D advice YouTube you watch, you're going to run a bad session. It's just going to happen. Hopefully, it's not, frankly, quite as bad as episode 88. But you're going to run something bad. And I think it's important to learn from those things. You're gonna make mistakes, and learning from those is important. And if I'm Matt here going forward, I'm thinking about for the next fight like the Kraken that I could see going a long time, because the Kraken has a fuckload of health. Even if they did want to kill it, which they were trying not to do, which is going to slow things down even more. No matter what, that's a multi-hour encounter, and I'm looking at that, and in my post-analysis brain, I'm thinking, okay, next time I run something like that, I gotta build in a shortcut. I gotta build in an escape hatch. We've talked a lot about how to design the encounter differently, and I think we've come to some good ideas both in the stream and in the Discord. People talking about having the Kraken talk, redesigning the map to make movement easier, like making a coral reef or some tunnels or something that would allow the players to move through the map, but not the Kraken necessarily, or like provide them like a safe place to kind of like hide from the Kraken. There's a lot of things I think you could do. My most basic one that I think would be like the direction I would go with it is make the lodestones eggs, unless that matters for lore for some reason. Make the lodestones eggs, and then have the Kraken be protecting them in the nest. So it's not so focused on killing them as it is from preventing them from getting the lodestones. So it's not eating them, it's throwing them away, right? That sort of thing. I think that would, even if it doesn't totally solve the pacing issues, which, debatably it may or may not, it would, I think, address a lot of the tedium and monotony. And that was one of the big things to me. It was, even if something is really long like that, I want to at least try to make it interesting, because I've run really long sessions. I mean, my first campaign was in high school, and our sessions used to be about 6 hours each, maybe 5 on a bad day, or on a quick day, I should say. So I was already running really long sessions, so that's not necessarily a deal breaker for me. And I ran very long encounters during some of those sessions. The last session, which I need to come up with a safe for stream name. We'll call it. How do I say it? I can't explain why, because it's too long and it's not that interesting. It's just a dumb high school joke. But we called it the Big Dick Blowout. And it is plot relevant, and I cannot go into the details. But the Big Dick Blowout was the last session of the campaign. Everyone knew it. We were ending the high school campaign. And it was like 10 hours. And I believe about 7 of that was in initiative. It was long. It was a long encounter. But I think if I went back and asked my friends, I think they would say that it was fun. Because I put a lot of effort into. It was one of the first times I used like phases within combat, or within an encounter. So I had like different phases of the entire encounter. We went between different like arenas, so it like started in one map and then went to another and then went to another as things progressed. So it was a lot of change, a lot of dynamic stuff. I'm still in my memory very proud of that. I think if I went back, if I had a recording of it and watched it, I would probably hate it, but it lives nicely in my memory. But all that is to say, I think there are ways that you could prep that differently. But looking at it from the other side, when you have the bad session, right? I think it is very important, and I see this with a lot of new DMs, is getting really discouraged after the bad session. And I can imagine, especially, I talked about while watching that session, half the reason that session was so hard for me to watch is I was like, oh my God, this is my nightmare. Is like running a bad session in front of the entire internet and knowing that they are going to drag you over the coals for it. That's, oh my God, it's my nightmare. Nightmare. I just, it gave me the heebie-jeebies. And I kind of said at the beginning of like, you pick yourself up, you move on. But that's what I really, really want to emphasize from all that. The encounter was bad. we can talk all day long about how to fix it. But the most important piece of advice, I think, if you are like, what is the most important takeaway from that episode? I could talk about the initiative or the mechanics or the Kraken or whatever. But I think the most important piece truly is learn from it and move on and try to do better next time. That's it. However you do better next time, because even more pertinently, this is a huge outlier for Matt, obviously. This is, I would not say common for him. But even if you're a first-time DM and this sort of session happens like your third time in, you might be like, oh my god, that's just who I am. It's not. We all have bad sessions, especially when we start out DMing. We have very bad sessions. And the only thing to do is, not the only thing to do, but the only way to get better and to have good sessions and to have less bad sessions is to try and learn from it. Try to, my mindset is always try to take like one concrete thing away from it. I know that might be wild given the takeaway structure for Critical Eyes, but that is how my brain works because I can't hold multiple things. So it's like, ooh, that thing was bad. Try to get one thing that I'm going to try to do better next time. And that's it. And then you move on and you try again. If you have a session like 88, don't get discouraged. Even the pros do it. Even the pros fall victim to it. I think Matt's an amazing DM. Like, for every critical thing I have ever said about Matt, I think he's a really good DM. And if the really, really good DM can have a bad session, you can have one too. It's okay. So that's my main takeaway from it. Okay, let's read some comments. That's a sudden stream. Oh yeah. Oh, also, I have two things. I have to ask a favor. Number one, tell me if my teeth start to look like extra like brown or something. I'm drinking some tea, but I mixed it in with other stuff. So I was like, maybe it won't stain them. Actually, now that I even say it, I'm just going to take out my Invisalign. I'm not going to risk it because I have to wear these ones until Tuesday. 1 second. God, the process of taking them out looks like a horror movie. Anyways, so never mind about that. Second thing, I don't feel so good. I did not sleep very well. I did not get very much sleep. And my throat really hurts. It hurts in a weird way, though. It hurts in a weird way. It hurts like, I feel like I have like a lump in my throat sometimes. I don't think I actually do. Like, this is not me being like, ooh, I might have throat cancer. I don't think so. But I've just been running my voice pretty hard lately. I've been doing an amount on stream. I've been doing some recording stuff. But also, frankly, I've been talking with friends a lot. I've been doing a lot of socializing over the past like week or two. And me and Paige have been hitting the slopes. Me and Paige have been playing the game Peak. We've been hitting the slopes. That game is fun as fuck. We're doing it mostly as a nausea test. Because we're like, okay, if you can handle Peak, you can probably handle this other game that we're talking about playing on stream. I'm not gonna leak anymore. But that game requires so much talking and so much communication, and we played it for like 8 hours straight last weekend. So I think it is mostly just that I've been using my voice a lot. So I see that this first half only has an hour. I'm hopeful that that's accurate. But I wanted to start early and quick before I lost my nerve. Because I almost always feel pretty good right when I wake up. If anything's wrong with me, if I'm sick, whatever, I feel better like an hour after I wake up. And then it just gets slowly worse over the course of the day. So I was like, I'll start early. So we'll see. I'm hoping to get through the first half. Like I said, it's only an hour? We'll see. We'll see in terms of, like, I think that might be lore heavy. Or, like, just roleplay discussion heavy. But I might have to end before the half, depending on how my voice is feeling. We'll see. Why do you think it was bad? I think it was bad for two main reasons. Overall, I think it was bad because it was long and it was uninteresting. And the real of that is honestly that I don't think it actually matters that much if it's long. I think it truly, at its base, it was just a very uninteresting fight. I think that was most of the reason that it was bad. And the reason that I think it stands out to us so much is because it was long. Like, the reason that it is notable is because it was long. The reason it was bad is because it was uninteresting. I think there have been a lot of uninteresting fights in Critical Role. They just end way quicker. So there's not as much time for the players to sit in it. They're not getting as tired. Like, we talked a little bit about that Marisha did a AMA right afterward. And I was like, oh, you know, if there's no spoilers or whatever, like, send it in the Discord. And someone posted just like one comment from her. And I thought it was fair to show. Let's see. Open link. There we go. Oh, can I show it on stream? I mean, well, I know I can. It's just, I need to have like an on-screen element for this screen. Whatever. I'll just read it. Full disclosure, I burst into tears the second I left the soundstage after the Kraken fight. The day leading up to it hadn't been great. Now, I'm not saying that it was, you know, her and Matt fighting, but I did mention, I was like, you know, oh, imagine if the vibes weren't immaculate going into this. Because these are real people with real lives, and they might come in not feeling the best some days. And we definitely see that here, yeah. After a long fight, I definitely started feeling overwhelmed and pretty panicky. When I couldn't remember the actions I had just did, I realized the anxiety was hitting me pretty hard. After that, I've made steps towards trying not to overload myself before going into a potentially 5.5 hour game. Life is life, though, and the whole cast tends to work full days before each show. Luckily, we're gathering to play D&D each week with some of my favorite people in the world, and that always makes any shitty day better. And that is, like, I think that is a, I don't know, that's very real when... Oh, and I guess the third thing. I think these are both, this is the same as long, so I think the really bad part is that it's uninteresting. And then there are two magnifiers to why it's so notable, is that it was so long and that the stakes were so high. And I think that that's a big thing for Marisha and Keyleth especially, is that the stakes were so high and the goals were so, like, single player and player character, like, centric. And I think that also made it feel worse for everybody. Because that's a lot of pressure on one player. And when you then have something that goes so long and they start getting stressed out and they get tired, then they start making mistakes. Those mistakes compound. As the DM, it's going so long, you just want it to be over because you're realizing in real time how uninteresting it is. Everything just compounds over that long period to make something bad that much worse. So I think it being long was like a real issue, but it's just an issue that exacerbated the underlying stuff, I think. This one I predict to make it a double take from you this episode. We'll see. We will see. Are you happy to rebound? I am. It's telling that you're using the word uncomfortable this soon after Bard's Lament. This was somehow more uncomfortable than a player legitly yelling at other players in character. Oh my god, absolutely. Well, and if we're being very real, yeah, the Bard's Lament was interesting. You know? The Bard's Lament was interesting. It was tense. And I think in a sense it was uncomfortable. but this shows maybe one of the weaknesses of the language, or at least my use case of the language. Of those are kind of two different uncomfortables in a way. The Bard's Lament was a tense uncomfortableness that I found very interesting. This one was a please let it be over soon uncomfortableness. I am uncomfortable watching them go through this, especially when I know how much left there is. I actually think it would be slightly less uncomfortable to watch live. I think one of the things that made it more uncomfortable was that I knew how much was left. I think that heightened the discomfort, truly. Yeah. The actual play piece of this puzzle also had a lot to do with it for once. If they weren't on camera, so much could have been better. So much. I totally agree, Delphi. And that's why, I want to make it general of you have a bad session, you learn from it. But there is so much about what went, not about what went wrong. That's, okay, we're going to add a fifth modifier. Wait, shit. Now I got to add a fifth modifier. Wait a second. Okay, we're going to go to screen share. So in terms of what I think was actually truly bad was just that it was uninteresting. Uninteresting. That's what I think was actually bad. But then there are all of these modifiers to it. There's the mods of it being long. There's the mod of it being an actual play that just made it so much worse. Like, what was the other modifier that I was talking about? I don't remember. Doesn't matter. But like these things just enhance that uninterestingness. Yeah, because the exact same thing could have happened. It could have been long and it could have been uninteresting. And that's going to go, important, right? The stakes. Yes, the fact that it was important. The fact that it was a personal quest. Important. Personal. So like this was for, in fiction, the characters were only there for Keyleth. That's also a modifier. And I think this is a good example of how these modifiers do just modify the core things, because the Briarwood arc is broadly seen as as a really good arc. I see it as really good arc, at least. I guess I shouldn't say that that's like broadly seen. I don't know, critter consensus. But I really liked the Briarwood arc. And it was personal. And I was nervous about that at first. If you go back and watch, I was like, oh, I don't know about this. But it was really cool. And the personal nature of it allowed for some really good role play, character interactions, party cohesion, and like building up party relationships, because it was set against this backdrop of this very personal thing for Percy. Percy's personal piece. And so that's what I mean by they're a modifier of, because the Briarwood arc was interesting, the personal nature of it enhanced, or at the very least modified the interesting. Not necessarily made it better or worse. I think in this case it made it worse, but in the Briarwood arc, it's debatable whether I guess it made it better or worse. I think it made it better. But it's modifying that core stuff. And I think the actual play of it all is very accurate. Taking another break, talking more above the table. All of those sorts of things are things that not only are more available at a home game, but I just think are much more likely to happen. Like, not only are they like more possible, but I just think they're more likely to happen. Which I guess is tied together a little bit, but I wish they could take a second break. Totally agree. Like we talked about it during the wild shape bit. Is like, damn, right now is the perfect time for a break, because this is not wild shape, animal shapes. This is a good time for a break. It's a time where like you just need to look through a fuckload of stat blocks, which is a pace killer. Like, I'm not gonna lie, but a break would have really allowed them to sort of mentally reset, go to the bathroom, get some water, just take a break from role playing constantly, especially for someone like, Liam that's always kind of in character. Could have been a nice break. Could have been a nice break for Matt, for a second. A break during that animal shapes portion, I think, goes a long way towards salvaging the vibes, so to speak. Yeah. Episode 88 was so rough. Matt Colville released his video on Slog the week after and starts out by directly referencing that ep. It's so funny. I was talking to Mike, because me and Mike talk about the episodes occasionally. And where was it? Oh, yeah. Did your audience tell you this episode literally inspired Matt Colville to make a video about slogs? And he said, they're friends. They're good. He's good friends with Liam and Matt outside of CR, I guess. But, it's what do you say? Oh, yeah. He said, yeah, sometimes you do your best, but the session isn't fun. Just got to move on and prep the next game. It is what it is. And I could not agree more. I haven't watched a lot of Matt Colville. It's very funny because like Mike and another friend of the channel, Ryan Immel, DM, both very into Matt Colville. I have not watched a single Matt Colville video. Seems like I would vibe with him from what I understand. I also believe he either wrote or his company wrote The Monsters Know What They're Doing. Love that. Love everything about that book. So I'm at some point I wanted to, when I have a little bit more time, which this is one of the reasons I've mentioned, I'm going to try to have like less active series so that I can do more like one-off videos and doing like, a reaction. If I got like permission from Matt, doing like Colville, that is, doing like a reaction to some of his videos would be super cool. It's like little one-off experiences. I don't have, the space to do that at the moment, but those are the sort of things that I want to do. Because yeah, Matt seems, Matt Colville. I just call him Colville. Colville seems really up my alley in that way. Yeah. Oh, there you go, Jonathan. He's obviously friends with the players. They may have chatted. I'd love to know if the players found it tedious as opposed to just frustrating. It'd be interesting to know. I mean, this is one of those things that'd be fascinating to like interview people in real time about. And it's one of the reasons that if Critical Role does another, full out like a campaign 4 type deal, and it's not set in Exandria, I'm almost certainly going to cover it. I don't know how. I definitely found with Age of Umbra, like keeping current was tough, especially while still prioritizing Vox Machina. So we'll have to see. I'm thinking about it. It's one of the reasons I wanted to do Age of Umbra, is to like feel out how that was. So we'll have to see. But it's one of those things where like if I did reach a size where like I could, in theory, talk to Mercer about some of these things, I can't really interview him about Vox Machina days, right? I can't interview him about like, what were you thinking 8 years ago during Vox Machina? I can't do that. So that's a factor in me wanting to be current, is being able to talk more about like modern day stuff that, I know, or how do I say it? There's not like the potential where like, oh yeah, I'm making all these statements about like how Matt is DMing right now in Vox Machina, and everyone in the audience knows like, okay, well that changes in campaigns 2 and 3. That's part of the reason that I want to be current. But after they have 3 lodestones, wouldn't it be more focused on then retrieving them? Or is it like the chicken where they are more focused on the nest with an intelligent kraken? Hard. It is. Yeah, yeah. Then that's this is in regards to my like lodestones or eggs nest deal. Not a perfect solution. I'd have to think about it a lot more. But that's like where my mind would start with it. Worst crime a piece of entertainment can commit is being boring, and this was extremely dull. Yeah. That's a classic team naming. Yeah. It is at that, the big dick blowout. Oh man. Let's see. We criticize because we care? Absolutely. Absolutely. What's up, Zuzu? Welcome to live. Hello. Yeah, if the fight lasted an hour, no one would really remember it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Not even just that Vax died. Keyleth made the decision to plane shift with just 2 of them and, even correctly, abandon the rest of the party. Yeah. And I mean, there's some amount of like interesting character there, right? There's some amount of interest in that specific decision in terms of a story. But I mean, to wrap it back to, Rainbow Dragon's point, it's like, if that decision, that plane shift, had come at the end of an hour-long fight, that might be kind of interesting. But it just came at the end of such a slog that it's tough to even find it good, Ugh. Yeah, man. Which I don't feel bad about. When I talk about, like, wanting the experience that, like, a critter would have had back in the day, I don't watch a lot of things live. I'm not, like, a live stream enjoyer. I'm a VOD frog. So I would be watching these things on VOD with titles and thumbnails and being able to see time durations. So I don't consider knowing the duration ahead of time a spoiler. That's how I would have experienced it back in the day. If I was even like watching it, current. That's how I've been watching Age of Umbra. But yeah, man, whoo, that was a moment. The Kraken also made it harder for people to do things with most of its actions. In a fight where you're not even supposed to kill what you're fighting, it's similar to giving an enemy a higher AC versus more HP. It is. I totally agree, Rainbow Dragon. Yeah. Which higher AC enemies are something you have to be really careful about. And you almost always want to make sure that they have lower saves. And if you do want them to be very powerful, and you don't want them to, go down to a single banish or a single, dominate monster or whatever, you have them, you make them have high AC, low saves, and legendary resistance. You can make their saves relatively low, but still give them LR so that they can save against the worst effects the first couple times they're cast. But the party can still target them with less impactful saves, and they'll get through the AC. Like, AC can be, I don't want to say it is, can be a good driver of interest in that way. But if you don't mess with the saves at all, you keep the saves high or whatever, and you also give the thing really high AC, like, saves and AC are both things where, definitely with AC, I think probably it's like 50-50 with saves, where if they fail, nothing happens. As opposed to AC, where, like, you can compare like an attack roll, or sorry, as opposed to HP. There's all sorts of acronyms. So it's like AC compared to the attack roll. If the attack roll, the attack roll is binary. It either succeeds or it fails. So if it gets below the AC, it just does nothing. If it gets above the AC, it does something. HP can be compared to damage rolls, where a damage roll never actually does nothing. It just does varying amounts of something. And I think that is a good comparison for something like grappling versus forced movement. So the Kraken, like, throwing someone with their tentacle or using the little, like, water push or whatever, forced movement. That's more akin to damage and HP, where something is happening, it may or may not be useful. Whereas a grapple is they grapple you, you get out or you don't. Now, the kind of fucked part about it is with a grapple specifically, you have to use your action. So it always does something. That is like the secret kind of fuckity wuckety of grapple, is that it's even worse than AC because it always does something. It's going to make them spend their action to get out, unless you make it to where it doesn't. Or, I at the beginning, I reacted somewhat positively to the existence of a grappling type enemy before I realized that it had 10 tentacles. If the Kraken could have only grappled 2 or 3 of them, I think it's fine, honestly. I think it's pretty damn fine. Or if it had been much more clear that they could chop off the tentacles ahead of time. But Matt's human and imperfect. The real test is how he learns from that experience in future episodes. Absolutely. Oh, give you a segue into watching if you need one. I'm not going to take it yet, but I will take it soon. I'll come back. Well, okay, so everyone chat, pretend that you didn't just see that. I'm going to just keep that to the side. I'll come back to it. Vax is dead right now because I did see G. Hercub ask this and I wanted to answer it. And he might stay dead. Unlikely, I think. What do you think the possibility of a permanent character death is in this encounter? Do you think it's permanent? With Vax, no. Honestly, anyone else in the party, maybe. I think anyone else in the party, there's a decent chance they stay dead. I mean, there's whatever the chance is of the ritual succeeding, and I think that, maybe they come back, maybe they don't. I think it's all kind of ambiguous and up in the air, could go either way. Vax is coming back. He is fate touched. I mean, it's not just that he is fate touched. We've now essentially ended everyone's personal plot. Except for Terry. But Terry doesn't really count. Terry doesn't really count. And so the only member of Vox Machina who has not had a conclusion to their personal arc is Vax. So I think he's the only one that I would be like, he's definitely choosing to come back if he has the option. Like, it's not going to be a debate like it was with Percy, right? When Percy died and he wasn't quite sure if he was going to come back, they kind of had to convince him. And it's not going to be like Scanlan, where they do bring him back and then he decides to leave. Vax isn't going to leave. So if they can bring him back, I think he's coming back. He's willing. Always, I think. And then we get into the death ritual, which Zealot wasn't out at this point, and I don't think that Vax'ildan is a Zealot. Like, to be clear, like I don't think if I imagine what types of, if I just had to construct a character class for Vax, as he currently stands, if I was just making the character from scratch, I think Paladin is a good path for him. I think Paladin makes a lot of sense. But that said, the specific divinity that he is related to is very barbarian Path of the Zealot coded, with her specifically being the death divinity. You know what I'm saying? So when I think about the possibility of them failing the death ritual, I think about a feature like Warrior of the Gods. Your soul is marked for endless battle. If a spell, such as Raise Dead, has the sole effect of restoring you to life, but not undeath. The caster doesn't need material components to cast it on you. Later on, we have Rage Beyond Death. While you're raging, having 0 doesn't knock you unconscious. You still make death saves and you suffer the normal effects. However, if you would die due to failing death saves, you don't die until your rage ends, and you die then only if you still have 0 HP. This is the energy that Vax and the Raven Queen have for me. Especially Warrior of the Gods. I think even though I don't know exactly what Fate Touched means, beyond Fate Touched, he is the champion of the Raven Queen. Right? The god of specifically the transition of death. The specific thing that a spell like that would target. I don't know if Matt would just not make them do the ritual. I think he would make them do the ritual regardless, but I don't know if he would just make everything an auto success. I don't know if he would lower the threshold significantly. But Vax, to me at least, very clearly has things left undone. The Raven Queen has things for him to do that are left undone. And the fictional explanation for why the Raven Queen allows resurrections is if that person's time has not yet come, essentially. If they have more left to do, she allows them to be resurrected. That's the in-fiction rationale for why the resurrections work sometimes and don't work other times. And we know, I don't want to say for a fact, but we can be pretty sure that Vax has things left undone. That the Raven Queen still has plans for him. Still has tasks for him to do. So I think he would both be willing, and I would be shocked, I say, if it's not easier for him to come back at the very least. If not, frankly, just an auto success. I've been talking about how I think in some climactic final fight or close to final fight, the Raven Queen's gonna free resurrect him as like a GM action during the middle of a fight. He's gonna come back in a Rage Beyond Death sort of scenario. I think that would be an amazing moment for Vax. So I find it highly unlikely that Vax is permanently dead, specifically. Offended rich person. Has it been made clear what Fate Touched means at this point? My understanding of Fate Touched, which is not, I think is more of a thing that I've made a big deal about than the actual story. I think it's been mentioned like 2 or 3 times, honestly. But I took a lot away from the Raven Queen talking about how multiple people were kind of looking at Vax. It's why it was the origin of the whole vampire sex orgy with Jamon. Was that I thought Jamon was one of the entities that had been had its eye on Vax. And they've explained that there are certain individuals where fate sort of bends around them. So there's a quasi predetermined aspect to the cosmology, where people do have fates, and most people it seems, really can't alter their fates. Their lives are sort of predetermined, but there are certain individuals that can shape fate. And that is my understanding of what Fate Touched means, is essentially that Vax, through circumstance or action, has essentially gained free will in a cosmological sense. You know, everyone, of course, in the story has freedom of action and freedom of choice, but it seems as though the implication is that they don't actually have free will, so to speak. whereas Vax has somehow gained it. That is my understanding of Fate Touched. And so then there are certain individuals, certain entities that are very interested in Fate Touched people because they're the people that can actually change the future, unlike all us normies. What I meant is, what's your take on such a unique combat being lethal? Percy's death to Ripley was satisfying. If he died to a side quest, this would suck. I mean, honestly, I would put the Kraken and Ripley on similar levels in terms of their plot relevance and in terms of their side questness. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I think that's what Delphi is kind of saying. This technically wasn't a side quest, at least if we aren't counting Ripley as a side quest. Though I guess it isn't Vax's quest while Ripley's was Percy's. I think you hit it on, I think nail on the head, Ripley. Or, not Ripley, Delphi. I think it is more about who dies and who they're tracking down than anything else. Ripley had 2 vestiges. They didn't hunt her down just because they wanted. Ooh, I mean, this gets into a complication with the vestiges as a whole. They didn't need any of the vestiges, right? They didn't need Cabal's Ruin or Whisper. They got those vestiges because they wanted to. And I think if you ask the party, the main reason they were there was to hunt down Percy's archenemy. I'll hold my hands up and say I could be wrong. It's hard because we never get like really a good comparison of a vestige that they don't go after. So we can't directly compare it, even though there's implied to be some. But I do think that Ripley, especially Ripley, as like a character, is very, intertwined with Percy. And so I think it's less about like the plot relevance, I suppose, or like the overall plot relevance, and more about the relationship between the villain and the character. And I think in that sense, I think it's fine if this encounter is lethal. I'm kind of fine with any encounter being lethal. Truly. And I kind of touched on this a little bit when someone asked about how hard I avoid TPKs. And I was like, I don't really, but my players do. And I make it pretty clear. I'm really focused on that aspect of foreshadowing danger. And so I don't, how do I say it? I consider lethality independently of other factors. So the like danger or the lethality of an encounter, I think evokes certain things. I think it has certain risks, certain rewards, certain things that it does or doesn't do. And I consider all of those totally separately from whether or not it's a side quest. You know what I'm saying? That said, with this specific encounter, the fact that it is sort of embedded within the Armente, which up until this point seems like it's been a pretty pushover type experience. Like this was so much more lethal than any of the other Armentes. I think that it broke pattern a little bit in that way, even though I think that Matt did, like, I want to be clear. I actually think that Matt did a great job at foreshadowing the lethality of this encounter. At base, by having Keyleth's mom die during it, or go missing. Like, the fact that Keela's mom ended her journey in the exact encounter that they are asking Marisha to do, or Keela to do, I think that in and of itself foreshadows the lethality fantastically. So I don't really have any problem with the encounter being lethal. But I do think that generally, one of my kind of baseline heuristics. God, there's a car alarm going off and the dogs are freaking out. Rightly so, it's annoying. Generally, for something that is, I don't want to say forced, but the players are highly encouraged to do. Like, if they got to the Vestra, heard that Keela's mom died, and then backed out, that would be weird. Like, if I'm the DM considering what the players might do, I'm not considering that they're going to hear the foreshadowing and decide not to do it. That's not in my deck of cards. So, in that case, my next kind of general heuristic is like, okay, this is going to have the distinct chance of death. But my next heuristic is generally, I want the players or the party at large to make 3 mistakes. Not I want, but if any of them die permanently, they should probably make 3 mistakes. Purely from a satisfaction angle. Like the angle of, like, I don't want them to feel like they walked into a room and I dropped a boulder on their head and I said, you're dead. I want that level of satisfaction to be there with every death. I think that, honestly, Scanlan's death, like his final death during Raishan Part 2, I consider that pretty fine, generally, because I think that the party made a few mistakes throughout that dungeon and that encounter in terms of how they interacted with Raishan and how they sort of underestimated her a bit. They didn't do anything differently. Like, they knew her spellcasting capabilities and really didn't take much, preparation. They didn't really change their tactics all that much. They didn't even really discuss how they might change their tactics. They just said, we'll be full charge. Yeah, she'll be full charge, but our full charge our Schwartz will be bigger than hers. That's a pretty big assumption in my head. Pretty big mistake. So I don't think that Scanlan's death in that fight felt too unreasonable. I think that Vax's death here and this fight's lethality is stranger and feels worse, I think, because I don't feel like the players really made any mistakes other than rolling poorly. That's all. That's really the only mistake I feel like they made. You can maybe pick out some things. And I think that, to your point here, G. Herkub, it was a very unique combat, and unique combats, very novel combats, things that are introducing new mechanics. I don't want to say it's harder to make mistakes. It's much, much easier for a PC to make a objective mistake. I think it's much more likely. So I would probably raise my bar because I'm going into this assuming they're going to make some mistakes because it is so unique. It is so different. They're going to fuck up a little bit. They're going to make some mistakes. So I'd want to massage the lethality or the encounter or something to make sure that 1 or 2 mistakes isn't going to kill them, because I'm already assuming they're going to make some. just because this is so out of their wheelhouse, so out of the norm for what they are typically doing and what they're used to. So lethality in general, I don't have a problem with. It's more about, which this might be kind of what you mean by lethality, is... Oh, also there's like no spoilers chance. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to read too much of the future comments, but yeah, just keep in mind, only things that have been mentioned during C1. I haven't seen anything past that. I'm not looking at the chat. But yeah, feel free to join the spoilers chat if you want to talk about future CR things. And you know what, just in case, I have my little chat program here. I'm not even going to scroll down. So if you had a possible spoiler possible thing, feel free to repeat it. And that's fine. I'm just trusting the few things. It probably wasn't even that bad. I'm not going to look at it. So I can't know how much it did or didn't cross the line. But, just keep it in mind. Play it safe. But yeah, so I think maybe when we talk about lethality, I think generally about the likelihood that someone will die in the encounter. But there is also sort of a separate concept, which I would call time to kill. Time to kill, TTK. The TTK, I think, should be much lower in a unique combat. I think that's the big thing that I would say. Is or even separate from the TTK, or not maybe separate, but in line sort of. The time to kill and the not the likelihood. What is it? The likelihood to get trapped in an unrecoverable situation. So grappling is absolutely going to do that sort of thing, where it's going to make it unrecoverable with possibly one mistake. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn it off. This isn't your guys' fault. I can see. I'm trying not to read it too much. I can see, the more long-term chatters talking to newer chatters, explaining the vibes, explaining the situation. I think that's all good. Tone seemed fine, but I'm just trying not to look at it. But we're all good. We're all good. But the I will say the only thing that I saw a specific name, and I think that might be what. I don't know, because I didn't read too much of it. But names, plots, motivations, I don't know anything about any characters from future campaigns. And I have gone into detail trying to guess those things. Which, again, I can, I think it seems like all the tone is being chill. Hopefully it is. But to in a way that is, or for a thing that is possibly relevant to this specific conversation. My current predictions for C2 characters, I just wanted to read these off for the new folks. My current predictions is that Ashley will be a silver dragonborn wild magic sorcerer. Oh yeah, and I also guessed C3. I forgot about that. And that for C3, she'll be a Warforged Artificer. Laura, Halfling Trickster Cleric. C3, Bright and Shiny Soul Knife Rogue with Trauma superpowers. Oh, I didn't remember Daniel being so sassy when he... when he recorded these. Daniel in here being sassy, saying that I had a lot of other predictions before that one. Liam, I said alcoholic, edgy wizard for C2. I think I also had names. Did I not? I thought I had names. But maybe I didn't. Anyways, I'll end it there. I'll end it there. With those 3 guesses, you can join the Discord if you want to see the rest. They're pinned in the no spoilers Critical Role chat. I was trying to type fast, and you kept making me hit backspace. But yeah. So, anyways, we're all good. We're all chill. The names are pinned in the post beneath that one. Oh, are they? Wait, what did I guess for the names? I want to remember now. Oh, yeah. C2 predictions. They're in episode 72.5. Or stream 72.5. Liam, alcoholic ex-cop, divination wizard, former Inspector Frank Tells. I love that name still. Travis, human inquisitive rogue. Jebediah Waters. That's the one that I'm still confident on. That's the one that I'm still confident on. I don't know why. Travis just gives me inquisitive rogue vibes. I can't explain it. I don't really... I'm not confident in any of the others. But... Ashley, Silver Dragonboard, Wild Magic Sorcerer, Shifting Scales. Yeah, name Shifting Scales. That's right. And I thought that every time her wild magic went off, she would change Dragonborn colors. I think that'd be so cool. Taliesin stole the name of the first person he killed, Tagwin. Oh, yeah, and I think Taliesin's going to be a blood hunter. I would be shocked if Taliesin's not the blood hunter, dude. It would be insane to me. Because I know that someone has to be the blood hunter at some point. It's like... one of the few things I knew about Critical Role going into this was that Matt made a class called Blood Hunter. And hearing the name of it and knowing and seeing Taliesin as a person, I would be shocked if Taliesin's on the Blood Hunter. Marisha, High Elf, Drunken Master Monk. Yeah. Vorisia? Probably Vorisia. Of Taldwell. Alias Amelia. Sam, Half-Orc, Great Old One, Warlock. Andy, Aloysius, or Bert. Yeah, I think that Sam's gonna be like a bright and shiny, like I think he's gonna be like very bright and shiny, very, what do you call it? Naive. I think him and Taliesin are gonna have a connection there. What? The guy who played more Vampire the Masquerade than D&D wants to play Blood Hunter? Never. Yeah. Imagine Mega blind guesses the exact name. I would get so many accusations. It was honestly, in retrospect, now that you say that, kind of risky for me to guess a name. Because what if I do get close? And then that's bad. If I got close, oh man, the accusations would come flooding in. You threw out a few of those got bastard names too. Oh yeah, because I think that that's the whole deal with Jebediah Waters. I think he's Waters because he's a bastard. Yeah. We should probably establish what counts as a correct prediction before anything gets revealed. I mean, I don't really care what you guys define as a correct prediction, but feel free. First Sam had first physical challenge. This one with food. If food stuff grosses you out, maybe skip this one. Honestly, I wouldn't normally, but the no sleep is making me a little bit nauseous. So I probably will skip that. And then we will go to a quick moment that I've seen gift a lot from John. Let's see.
But I'm excited to go guess.
Oh, it's quiet
for a little bit. So hopefully see you guys tomorrow and Saturday. Let's see. So Laura, now that you're...
Oh, hey.
Hi.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
We have... Don't you touch my donuts. We have all of the normal, wonderful stuff still available in the store. The stuff that's out of stock, actually.
I am Laura Bailey, man. That's a mega is Laura moment. I would absolutely do that to Paige. Not about donuts. I wouldn't give a shit about donuts. But if if she was like drinking my drink or something, I'd be like, get your own. I'll get you one. If you want one, I'll get you one. That's mine. Married couple right there? Absolutely. Let's see. Don't you touch my donut. Oh, man. But pulling it back to the Ripley talk, oh, sure. I mean, I think Matt gave her vestiges to give the party a reason to go after her since they had out-of-game reasons to do it. Perfect. I think that is reasonable. That's a. I don't know if that's why Matt did it. I think if that is the reason, that would be very reasonable. And that is what I often try to do with my player quests. I don't think you need to do it. Like, I think the Briarwood arc is a great example of, like, there was very little reason that the party needed to go after the Briarwoods. I will say, I mean, I think that Matt gave them some personal stake. You know, he gave them a personal stake with, like, Vax getting charmed by them in Amon and them trying to charm the Emperor of Amon. So I think he gave them personal reasons to believe Percy's accusations of the Briarwoods being villainous. But overall, they didn't need to, like, go after them in the way that they did, especially. Like, I know it's a bit of a meme with Orion saying that he could call in the Draconian Knights and whatever. But while that is ridiculous, the idea that they needed to go in as, like, this like spec ops insurgency, you know, they needed to embed themselves among the populace and individually murder the leaders of the organization just as them with no exterior support. I think that was very Percy driven. The way that they went about it, at the very least, I think was very Percy driven. Very much driven by his vengeance, which was cool. But my kind of default way that I try to work in personal quests is to lace them in within larger party quests. So have a minor party quest thing, like the vestiges, related to a personal quest item, or at least in, like, the area, you know, or vice versa, have the main quest and embed personal quest stuff within that. So I mentioned, you know, if you didn't want an entire Briarwood arc, you could instead have embedded all of the people on the list within different party arcs throughout the game. Like, one of the generals could have been embedded within the Hand of Ord. One of them could have been posing as a priest in Vasselheim. One of them could have been Kevdak's right-hand sorcerer. You know, you could have had Ripley inventing things for Kevdak. So embedding those, and I mean, actually, Kevdak's a perfect example of, like, that is a very personal quest thing for Grog, but he was working hand in hand with Umbrasyl. Actually, now that I say it, I don't even need to make up examples. Yeah, it's just Kevdak. Like, Kevdak is a perfect example of, like, it is a personal quest for Travis, but he was embedded within the Chroma Conclave. He was embedded as this agent working with Umbrasyl. That's much more kind of my instincts at the very least. And I think that that is harder with the Aramente, which bespeaks some of the complications with the Aramente in general. But I think it's still possible. Oh man. Lore's ranking, Donuts 1, Husband 2, yeah. I don't want to take too much time because I know we need to start soonish. That's true. But is there any basis for guesses for future characters, or is it just vibes? It's mostly vibes. But if you want to see it, I think if you go to stream 72.5, I'm not going to find it right now. But if you go to 72.5, I believe there's a chapter marker for when I'm predicting them. So you could go back and just watch that segment of that episode. Yeah. Then don't hurt your voice answering. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely have reasons. But they're akin to my my general theorizing reasons. 725 streams be crazy. No, not 725. I don't actually know how many streams we're up to at this point. Actually, in total. So this is including non-Critical Role streams, but it's 304 right now. And I'd say Critical Role streams are probably at least half of those. Yeah. Travis told Matt as an afterthought in his backstory that Kevdak had Titan Stone knuckles and had no idea what those did. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. I love details. Like characters coming up with details like that they themselves are like, I don't know what this means, but I think he has them. It's just the delicious little treats for a DM. It's just little treats for a DM that give you like some awesome scaffolding to create things off of. Love that. I mean, we already knew Travis Willingham was the GOAT. This is no surprise to anyone. But anyways, let's start it. Let's get moving.
Everyone. So, picking up where we left off this last episode, Vox Machina had made their way west into the Osmit Sea to the islands of Amun and the city of Vesra, the final stop in Keyleth's long-running Aramente to prove herself leader of her people of Zephyra. Here, they were given a task as part of the Armente where they had to retrieve 3 lodestones within the rift to the water elemental plane, which as of late have been taken up residence by a kraken, an ancient pet of the Titans, now freed and left to wander, to feed, grow, and apparently loom across that boundary. The party went in, and due to an unfortunate vomiting episode underwater, drew the attention of the
Did you
kraken.
say
What?
that you were almost vomiting today and you vomited and ruined our lives?
I just plan to vomit every week. At least once.
It's for the best, I think. However, drew the attention of the kraken, and a very, very intense battle ensued, in which most of you managed to escape by the skin of your teeth. However, in the battle, Vax did fall. His body left cold and lifeless beneath the waters. In a last-minute urge of leadership, Keyleth reached out, grabbed the twins, and plane shifted back into the prime material plane, with Percival, Tarion, and Grog looking to escape. You managed to be vomited up with apparently almost no hit points left, and jump through the portal while flicking off the kraken. And that was where we left off. So, before we get into this,
Wait, what? There's a before?
Vax,
You no.
as you feel the cold waters rush around you and your vision go dark, even as the unconsciousness takes you.
Sorry, that's my bad. I wanted to turn down the speed, and then I hit a certain speed thing, and then I hit another one, and so I got confused. I want to turn down the speed. I love a vision. I wanted to say that, or I meant to say this during the last Analyzing Umbra, during the last Age of Umbra stream. Matt, off and on during Age of Umbra, has been giving them these little like dream snippets during long rests, and I'm like, damn, I might start doing that. That's so much fun. I love a vision. I love a dream. And I love that Matt, like, in Age of Umbra is like working in these like little like pieces of lore drops into the dreams. So anyways, all that is to say, I love a dream. I love a vision. This is the first one where we've gotten after death perspective, which, hey, I told you, I knew that Vax wasn't going anywhere. There's just no way.
Your vision narrows and tunnels until it's just nothing. And while you were floating before, the cold temperature begins to become warm. It's a familiar warmth. And as opposed to being in water, there's no resistance. You're just in a dark space.
It feels like you're strangely in a pool of blood. You know, if you had a dime for every time, it'd be weird.
Look down and you can now see your hands. And you recall and you remember this. You've been here before. This is very reminiscent of your first journey into...
You know what? Yeah. You're making a joke. I know you're making a joke. That is fair. I actually do need... That's something that, especially if I do campaign 4, I'm going to have to really separate my brain. Because I'm so used to being able to say whatever I want because I'm always the least informed. In terms of Critical Role, I'm so used to just being able to just say shit because everyone watching this is either current with me or has seen more than me. But if I do cover campaign 4, if that happens, I'm going to have to really dissect my brain and be careful about that. Because I won't want to spoil like campaign 4 stuff for people. That'll be tough. I actually hadn't thought about that until now. I'm being straight up. I had not considered that I'll have to start being careful about spoilers if I watch whatever they do current. Huh. Good joke. Good joke. It made me think.
The blood pool, your first true communion with the Raven Queen. And the moment you make that realization, as you're looking at your hands, you watch as something dull and white arises from the darkness below you, and you look down and see the massive porcelain mask of the Raven Queen emerge from the shadows. Tendrils of darkness just kind of spilling off at the edges and the corners as you watch the stone face of the Raven Queen rise up to meet yours. What?
Oh. All right. I appreciate that, Mike 30. I appreciate using the commands as you should. That was just total coincidence that I was typing during it and I hit space while the command was running. That one's tough. The commands aren't perfect, but they work.
Seemed immense, suddenly seems small. And as the shadow pulls away, you can see the tumbles of jet black hair falling past the shoulders, the long raven feather woven gathers and then vanishes into the impossible darkness behind her. The hands just kind of reach out and take you by the side to the head. And you hear the voice, once again emanating, sourceless, ringing from all around you. It says, "My champion, it seems you've stepped to return to me. But what is your destined thread to be?" Grog, as you come jumping through the portal and turn to flick off the Kraken, you watch as one of its tendrils begins to one of its final tentacles that's still there, pulls through and begins to try and grab one of the sides of the rock lodestone pillars. The other guardians, half merfolk, half various individuals rush forward and begin just stabbing at it as it begins to get its beak snapping right at the interior of this portal. You see it now starting to flex and the energy beginning to pulse as it's almost trying to force its way through a much smaller opening. Percival, Grog, Tyrion, what are you guys doing?
Oh shit, we have to do stuff?
Oh shit.
I'm still wet as I'm still underwater.
Y'all are still underwater, yes.
Does this happen a lot?
The Guardians right now are just shouting and screaming and stabbing at the one tentacle.
Like a lot of that is a lot of just open mouth, like, ah!
Yeah, they're just like, quick, push it back. They're all stabbing it. The one tentacle finally snaps and withdraws
We
inside.
could just go. We could just leave. We could just fine.
The
This is
mouth
good.
pulls back, and now just the whole body shifts over, and you see the one giant eye from one side of the Kraken come
Yeah,
peering
fuck that
through.
noise.
I'm dragging Tyrion and you. If I can drag you as well, I'm just like we're walking away.
No, eyeball soft. Let me throw it one more time at the eyeball.
Yeah.
Yeah, throw that at the eyeball.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack.
Okay.
Reckless. Okay, so you had disadvantage underwater, but so it's one roll.
Oh, balls. 23.
That'll hit.
Nice.
Go roll damage.
Oh, I meant two-handed. Oh, no, I'm throwing it.
You're throwing it.
It's 8.
There it is.
This connector is a little wonky.
21 points of damage. I'm still enlarged, right?
You are, yes.
25 points of damage.
25. Whack! As you release the hammer, it goes Thor style, just head first, piercing through the water and into the open eye of the Kraken as it slams shut. You hear that as it reels back, and the voice kind of pierces through the rift towards you and most of the people in the vicinity one more time, saying, "I'm coming soon enough." And as it pulls back, the remainder of the Guardians go ahead and reach over, each putting hands on the lodestones and shift them slightly in place. And you watch as the rift kind of crackles and then doesn't slam entirely shut, but the image you had of the water elemental plane suddenly grows a little more opaque and difficult to make out the discerning details.
Did I manage to...
Yeah, your hammer does.
Well, I'll give something every once in a while.
So, as you carrying the, which you were,
He resuscitated me, I believe.
Yes.
I have 6 points.
yes, so conscious, horribly beaten. It seems the Kraken has been beaten back, and currently the lodestones are utilized to keep the rift in check. You're uncertain as to whether or not the threat of the Kraken was an idle threat or whatever else is playing, but regardless, that's the least of your worries.
Did we all hear it?
Hear what?
You
The
Is he
Kraken.
mine?
All right, Matt. Mm-hmm. You're uncertain if it's an idle threat. I'm fucking sure.
Mine speaks, right?
it would have been
He brain talks.
would have been primarily
All right. Keep it here. Let's see. Okay, you're uncertain or not the threat of the Kraken was an idle threat or whatever else it has planned. I mean, that's big, hey, it has something else planned energy. Which, hey, I don't mind. This, it's an interesting way to start it out. It's confident. I like that. It's confident. I think the fear-based approach to this would be to not acknowledge the Kraken in any way, at least in the opening. After what happened last episode, Matt doesn't do that. And I think that my initial reaction was, man, like Matt's like always concerned about like things making sense. That's something I often have not trouble with, I don't know, problems with when it comes to Matt, is that he's so focused on things making sense beyond things being interesting. Even if there are multiple things that would make sense, he goes with like the one that makes maximal sense, even if there's one slightly below it that would be way more interesting and still make sense. So all that said, that was my first reaction. I was like, we're going to go back into the Kraken. Come on. The Kraken is taking so long that it's bleeding into a different episode. No, we're not going to start another encounter with it trying to get through the portal, right? But we don't. And he's lacing it in with Vax's potential vision with the Raven Queen, which I also like. I like a lot of those things. Feels very dramatic, feels very tense. And he is hinting at and foreshadowing something further, which I also like. At first, I was like, whoa, Matt, what are you doing? But then he brought it back for me. Interesting. Now, any one of us could be a Kraken in disguise. This makes me think about an old theory that I haven't gone back to in a while. But it makes me think about an old theory. Primordial breaches. I don't think I've updated this theory in forever. But I need to refamiliarize myself with it. Because, I'll be through soon enough. Come on. Winter's Crest is a holiday culturally and has also been somewhat confirmed to be when the planar boundaries are weakest. Seems like, the elemental planes are connected but close to the material plane. Same thing, I think, with the Feywild and probably the Shadowfell, but we really haven't seen the Shadowfell at all. But definitely the Feywild. And then it seems like there are other planes that are more blocked off, like the Abyss or the Hells, all the planes where the gods reside. They have like the gate that they put in the way. Seems like they are much more totally separated from the material plane. But it seems like they're sort of like not orbiting bodies necessarily, but they're all kind of close together, and there's a certain amount of shit between them. There's a certain amount of shit between them and the material plane that if you are traveling between the two, you have to kind of tunnel through to get from one to the other. You have to tunnel through all this shit. And it seems like Winter's Crest is the point at which all of the planes are close together. They all kind of get really, really close together, so there's not as much shit to tunnel through if you're going to any of the planes. The Pyra are built around an active portal to the elemental plane of fire. The Zephyra, we now know. Dude, this shows how long ago it was. I wasn't even sure if the Zephyra had a portal to the elemental plane of air yet. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the other two Ashari tribes are built around similar rifts. That's so funny. The Frostweald, where Grog fucked a nymph. Yup. Had a dimensional sanctuary, which sounds planar. Yes, sir. Even one of their very first adventures led them through a planar rift to the plane of the stillborn god Chrysothal. I do remember this because I went back and watched the original, like the pre-stream explanation a few times. And he describes it as a planar rift. The Winter's Crescent writes, in Westrun, led them through a portal to a frozen world, chaotic and elemental in nature, which is kind of strange because that doesn't sound like any of the normal elemental planes. Maybe it's Pandemonium? Maybe it's Limbo? I'm not sure. Or maybe there just is an ice plane. I don't know. It sounds a bit like a primordial breach to me. All of this racks back to the First War. Oh, does it, past Mega? It seems like the cosmos' natural state is to all be combined into one big soup, and the separation of planes is an active force of will and power. Oh my god, I was on to something. I recreated this realization last stream. That's crazy. Or like 2 or 3 streams ago. And there's any strain or stress on that power pokes hold easily. The planes want to bleed into each other. Not only that, the planes appear to be, or at least implied to be, in Vordian theology, sentient. Oh, I don't remember that. Okay. They were created from the titans that roamed during the First War. This could mean that the big overall bads are the primordial titans from the First War, trying to bring the planes back together in that chaotic soup. That doesn't seem unlike what the Kraken might want. This could be the reason that Thordak was able to escape. They gave the powers to Raishan to free him. Oh, right. Yeah. I thought that the primordials were behind it. Yeah. Because he was essentially bound within them. The Ashari are the historical guardians. Some might say the vestiges of the ancients that put away the primordials. Holy shit, I'm cooking. This is crazy to reread it like a really old theory. The gods and folk during the First War were able to separate and stuff away all the primordials, but they needed a pathway, so to speak, a plug, a drain. That's what the Ashari guard on their rifts. These are essentially the plugs, and if they are torn open with like what happened to the Pyra, not only was Thordak able to get out, but a bunch of elemental plane of fire stuff started leaking out. Theory is that the elemental plane of fire itself gave the info to Raishan on how to open the plug, started the process of reconverging the planes, which is the ultimate plan of these ancient primordials. That could still be on. In the Second War, the arcane is directly linked to the primordials, so all the bad arcane gods are also sort of on the side of the primordials. Also links into Ziggurats of power. The temple of Osisa's god is cool and chill, but then, oh no, they corrupt it with scary arcane stones. Arcane is linked to primordial and planar breaches, which honestly, it's even more linked now that we know that like the lodestones and whitestone are sort of similar materials. So it's even more linked, which, wouldn't you know, is what we see the effect of the corruption. What we see as the effect of the corruption, some sort of planar breach. And we can be even more confident that it was going to be a planar breach, given the target date for its creation was Winter's Crest. This also thematically ties in with the Chroma Conclave, given that it is a threat subdivided by element. Big swing time, Last arc of the campaign will be Vox fighting the sentient embodiments of the elemental planes, and even potentially other planes like the Shadowfell. I still think that could happen, honestly. I've been really on my Vecna shit in the past like 10 or 20 episodes. But that was because they were doing a lot of necromancy stuff. They were learning about Opash. They were going to Viscon, and Raishan was going to try to do some wacky necromantic bullshit. But we're transitioning away from necromancy into into the primordial stuff with the Ashari. And you could say that's like, maybe like a one-off side quest. Totally could be. But the Kraken, it does kind of sound like there might be something going on. And I honestly think it could be... Ooh, actually, wait. Cohesive theory time? I was just talking about, I just said it out loud, of like, we've seen connections to the Feywild, but we haven't seen any connections to the Shadowfell. We haven't gotten any sort of indication of the Shadowfell or its influence or whatever. That could be where Vecna is. It's possible that... What do I even have on Vecna? Oh! Man, Past Meg is really on it, man. Patron Save Series, when talking about the Feywild, at certain times, certain doors open. I wonder, we don't know where Vecna is. Maybe Shadowfell? Vecna is seemingly not considered a god. They were just known as very powerful. It is said that Vecna wanted to become a god, but he was balked and scattered. Supposedly destroyed a long time ago, but the cults still endure and infiltrate and wander various parts of Exandria. I wonder... So we know that the Raven Queen supplanted the previous god of death. I have theorized before that the idea that Vecna was not a god is propaganda, is New Age church propaganda. Vecna was the previous god of death. The Raven Queen was one of Vecna's disciples, and during the Second War, ultimately betrayed him and essentially cooed him. Now, that is still possible, but it could also be that Vecna wasn't the god of death. Or at least not in that exact way. Vecna might have done something really similar to what Thordak did, right? So Thordak, or I guess what Raishan did to Thordak, which she's necromantically aligned with all her bullshit, so not impossible. I'm trying to think of how to cohesively get this together, right? In the primordial breaches, I was like, they're going to. Let me go back to it. The last fight or the last arc of the campaign will be them fighting the sentient embodiments of the elemental planes and potentially others. I could really see it being. We can think about them kind of like avatars. Like if you played BG3, right? I guess spoilers for BG3. It came out a while ago. So plug your ears for a moment if you don't want it. The three people that are pretending to be the absolute or controlling the absolute, the three chosen, are the avatars of the three death gods. Right, like Merkel, Bane, and Ball. They're like the avatars, and they can like transform into these like mega forms, kind of, or at least Merkel can. I could see that being Vecna's route to divinity, something like that, but instead of relating to the death god, Vecna took in, like, became the avatar of, like, the Shadowfell primordial. Because we don't have, at least, we don't have an in fiction, like an in Exandria explanation as to exactly how, like, the Feywild and the... Oh! Okay, I had another thought. Okay. One second. Okay. So, the Titans are like plural. When they talk about the Titanstone Knuckles, I believe that it is made, Titanstone Knuckles, it's made from the corpse of oh no, I was wrong. Carved from the corpse of the Earth Primordial. I wonder if they said Earth Primordial or Earth Titan. Oh, I'd have to go and look that back up. Okay, this theory might be shaky. But also that could also be modern propaganda as well, that there's only like one Titan or one Primordial. My thought is that there are multiple Titans, elemental Titans, but maybe one Primordial. And that you can have individuals that take on that primordial sort of mantle upon themselves. They sort of inject themselves with the planar, I don't know, X serum, whatever Captain America gets injected with, right? You have normal people, or just creatures, that inject themselves with the primordial juice, and then they become the avatar. They become the avatar primordial of that plane, not necessarily that element. So you have this separation. So there's the material plane, there's the air, fire, earth, and air, fire, earth, water. Okay. But then you also have underneath here, you have the Feywild. And then in theory, like I just know this part of Matt. Matir, I'm gonna say. Matter. You also should have, in theory, the Shadowfell. but we don't. Weird. We haven't gotten any evidence that the Shadowfell, like, even exists, I think. At least I can't remember it ever really being mentioned in, like, a concrete way. So, okay, the avatars. I know, my mind's going all over the place. So I think that when Thordak took in the Heartstone, when he took in the Ember Seed inside of himself, he became, forcefully, mind you, the primordial avatar. And that is why the eggs that he had were these, like, whole new species of primordial fire dragons, right? Because he has now become this primordial avatar sort of entity. So we have Thordak. So Thordak, he's the fire plane incarnate. Oh, Bubba. She was hiccuping, sorry, the dog. We don't have it probably for any of the other planes. Maybe the Kraken? Maybe that is part of the Kraken's plans? Who knows? But I could really easily see, I'm going to get rid of all these, that Vecna, in order to try to achieve lichdom, godhood, etc., wasn't elevated by the normal gods, like maybe the Raven Queen was. He became, like, the shadow avatar, right? The primordial avatar of shadow. Not necessarily Vecna. And the only way that would make a lot of sense is if we had another example of another avatar, right? Because we have Thordak. We have this implication that there's maybe, like, one primordial, but multiple titans. Because they talked about the Kraken being the pets of the titans, right? So there's this distinction between, like, the primordial and the titans, plural. Is there another example of an avatar? I think there might be. I have always wondered, because he seemed so important, and yet he is demonstrably so unimportant. I think this might be where our boy Artagan comes into play. I could see Artagan being the Feywild avatar. Whoa. Because he seems so powerful. He seems at least like an archfey. But he seems totally, like, irrelevant to the story. But it seems so wildly unlikely that he is totally irrelevant to the story. I could see him being the Feywild primordial avatar. And so now we have this, like, cohesive sense, this cohesive idea of all of the different things that are happening, right? All of these planar incursions, right? We have the very first arc, Kavarn. We have even the what am I thinking of? Chrysothol, the Briarwoods, obviously. And I had the whole idea about the Briarwoods saying that they broke the world. The way that the people in the past might have dealt with Vecna is by severing the connection between the Shadowfell and the material plane. So that's why there are still portals to the Feywild. There are still portals to the fire plane, the air plane, the water plane, the earth plane, whatever. All of those still exist. And I think in the past, the Shadowfell also was connected in the same way. But the way that they like locked Vecna away, broke, scattered them, was by severing the connection between the Shadowfell and the material realm. That's why the Briarwoods needed to wait until the Winter's Crest, is because the Shadowfell no longer has this planar connection. And this could be just a cohesive plan on the part of all of the primordial avatars. All of them. Maybe with the exception of Artagan. But Artagan maybe isn't quite sure. You know, very Fey of him. He's just kind of riding along, seeing what happens. I kind of want to go back and like listen to some of his dialogue now to see if there's any, you know, possible hints. But it could be that the primordials at large, these primordial forces, these inherent powers that a sentient being can take on, and the primordial power will shape them, and they will be shaped, and they will shape the power, and the power will shape them back, right? In fact, that could even be what Thordak had like a weird thing where he was like talking to himself towards the end. Oh, it's probably in my session notes. It's probably in my session notes somewhere. But I remember Thordak talking to himself towards the end. What episode was that? See, this is how I knew. I looked at the fact that this was an hour runtime, and I was like, okay, for sure, it's an hour runtime. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, wait, that's Vorugal. Where the Calls Foul. Brawl in the Arches is Plane of Fire. Thordak. There we go. He's talking to himself. What is...
Hello, everyone.
And I remember it being like an open question, episode 79. It being kind of an open question of like, why is he talking to himself in the plural? Obviously, there's an implication that he's just going crazy. But it seemed more than that, at least to me. So let's see. I know I have notes. We can sense you here from Thordak. That's right. Anything else? Anything else from him? On your turn, the element, Thordak at least thinks that he is talking to himself. Fireplane Titan, Ember Seed, God, Ayun, Brahm. Yeah, more drops indicating us. I think he might be either talking to the power, maybe he's talking to just the primordial power that he's housing within himself, or he's talking to the other primordials. He might be talking to the other avatars at this point. Maybe he's talking to Vecna, the Kraken, whatever the air primordial is. This seems possible because then there's also something in the devils and the demons wanting to like invade the material plane. We have Glabrezu in the pre-campaign or in the pre-stream. Invading Amon and mind controlling the Emperor Uriel. And he, lies and claims that he's a devil and that he's a devil named Jerzazel trying to invade the material plane. But he didn't say anything incriminating, did he? was ostensibly the orchestrator driving force of demons in Amon. Sir Gregory Finch was tortured and murdered by demons. His notes mention Brimscythe a bunch. Interesting. I kind of forgot about that. They heard the assassination was thwarted by Brimscythe. Brimscythe does not know about the class, but he warns them away from Gregory Finch. I forgot there's this whole complicating factor between Brimscythe and Sir Gregory Finch. I forgot that there was this whole connection between Gregory Finch. I mean, it could just be... There's that connection there, but it seems to be adversarial. Jazerzel informs Vox Machina that there's a war between demons and devils spilling into the material plane, threatening all the creation, but that's a lie. That's a lie. And we know that because he is a demon. I don't know. And that was all on Winter's Crest. It seems to me that there are these like concerted efforts by extraplanar forces, possibly including Vecna. I've always considered Vecna and the planar forces to be kind of separate, and we had the most like evidence about Vecna being a later villain, right? We had the most evidence in what's his face, Daxio, being in the cult of Vecna, being, you know, the body of Vecna, whatever. We have that. We have the idea. And obviously the siphon. Obviously the siphon. I don't know. Something about, maybe that's why it's the body of Vecna. It could be that that Vecna's body was scattered, but he managed to tie his mind to the Shadowfell as part of the primordial procedure. It could even be, that could be who Thordak was talking to. It could be that when you become one of these primordials, in sort of a similar sense to Avatar: The Last Airbender, you become like one of a line of people that have held the power. So Thordak is holding the power of the fire primordial. And so in a similar way that like Aang, the Last Airbender, can talk to all of the previous avatars, Thordak maybe can do the same. Their minds are maintained within the power, or their souls, or whatever. So that's why he's speaking in the plural. That could also be possible. And so that's why when Daxio says that he is the body of Vecna, it could be because Vecna's mind still exists. Vecna elevated himself to become the shadow primordial, and by cutting off the Shadowfell and scattering his body, they've effectively locked him away. His mind is locked in the Shadowfell. Can't get back unless you punch a hole through. And his body might just be gone straight up. And when Daxio says that he's the body of Vecna, it might be because the plan. Maybe that's what all the bodies at Whitestone are for. You know, I've always kind of assumed that those bodies were innocents. But those bodies could have been cult members. And so when Daxio says, I am the body of Vecna, he's being way more literal than I originally anticipated. It might be, and the siphons. The siphons transfer raw magical energies, quote unquote. If Vecna's mind or soul is tied to the raw primordial energy of the Shadowfell, of that plane, of that, core element of existence, he'll need a body. And if he's like the necromancy death god, I could see him coming through the siphon as a raw magical power and just kinda glomming all the bodies together. And so that's why Daxio says that he's the body of Vecna, because he was going to literally donate his meat towards giving Vecna a body, because Vecna's mind is tied to the power, doesn't have a body anymore. Because I believe it says that the body was scattered. Oh, we're running ads in a minute. Wait 1 second. It says, my notes. It is said that Vecna wanted to become a god, but he was balked and scattered. I don't know. Like a flesh GoFundMe. Okay, I'll read chat when we get back from the ads, because I think I'm sort of making my point, is that I've considered the primordial breaches and Vecna sort of separate options for the last arc, but I think they might be together. I think this might be a whole plot by the various primordials to re-supify the material plane and get all of the other planes back in. So we even see Thordak is kind of creating a bit of fire plane on the material plane in Iman with his big fiery volcano lair. What up? Hello. I know I said I was done theorizing, but I have more thoughts in the bathroom. I've also, with Artagan specifically, I've always wondered what he wanted the Gatestone for. Or not Gatestone. What the fuck was it? It was the it's the way that Singorn gets back and forth between the Feywild. Yep, right here. Traded guide duty for Vox stealing a shard of a threshold crest. The things that plane shift the city. If you're a primordial that wants a way back into the material plane, that seems like a good place to start. That seems like a good place to start. And then I was thinking about something that we've debated ad nauseum. The Foremember. There's this really weird poem. In the primordial dungeon that led to Kamal Jaori. Betwixt the chaos, our order reigns. The ones who made us refined the plains. As ages die, their time and ember, the four endure, the four remember. I could see this being the four elemental planar avatars. I've said before, I was saying, and that poem is clear about the four elements. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that this could be about the elemental avatars, like Thordak. Like, if we take it in terms of, if we think about it like in terms of the, like Avatar The Last Airbender, where you are just an avatar of this broader force, and you get to, like, benefit from all of the memories passed down, we might say. I mean, I could really see that being the way that the gods locked away a lot of the elementals. They had to, like, condense all of the power. I mean, not only did they have to condense it, they did condense it. Like, the ones who refined the planes are the gods, the nice gods, and they concentrated, like, all of the fire into its own plane. That's only one step from making an embodiment, making an avatar of the power. And if there's this pass down of memories, that makes a lot of sense with the four enduring and the four remembering. And what could be, honestly, so not weird, but something that maybe is, like, somewhat unnatural. The Feywild and the Shadowfell might be, like, planar accidents of a kind, because, like, the Feywild has portals to the material plane, like, several, it seems. And yet, when they go to Kamal Jaori, he only has them go into the elemental planes. So, despite the Feywild's clear connection, and assumingly it was made in a similar way to the air, fire, earth, water, it doesn't have this enduring quality. It could also be that Artagan is not the avatar of the Feywild yet. But in a similar way, maybe the Feywild was just sort of generated on accident. Same thing with the Shadowfell. I don't know. I don't know the normal D&D cosmology, and I definitely don't know the Exandria cosmology for how they were created. But it could be that they were made kind of accidentally and without these primordial incarnations, these avatars. And it could be that Vecna might have been the first one. So Vecna became a death god or wanted to attain death god status by making himself the first primordial of the Shadowfell. It could be that throughout all of history before that, there were only the 4 primordial forces: air, earth, fire, water. And Vecna wanted to become the 5th primordial. And he possibly even proved that it can be done. We don't know. And Artagan might be trying to replicate that. And it seems like Thordak, the way that he was able to do that is by using a stone, a magic item, embedding it within himself, the Heartstone, the Ember Seed, and embedding it within himself. You know, he didn't know that, but that seems to be how he gained this, you know, greater status. That could be why Artagan wants the Threshold Crest. If the Threshold Crest allows them to just teleport back and forth relatively at will between the Feywild and the material plane, it must be attuned to the Feywild in some way, in a similar way that Lodestones appear attuned to the water plane, or the Ember Seed was attuned to the fire plane. It would seem to track for me that whatever the threshold crests are made of, whatever material that is like the Feywild material. And so if you're trying to replicate what's going on with Thordak and what maybe Vecna did all those years ago, you would want, and that's why he says, you know, it doesn't matter how much. He doesn't need an entire threshold crest. He just needs a sliver. He just needs to research it, to understand it, maybe even to embed it within himself. Maybe he doesn't want too much. He only wants to be a little bit of an avatar. Who knows? That could be something. I don't know, because it is kind of weird. The Feywild Shadowfell connection to the material plane is strange, considering that there doesn't seem to be any, like, you know, Feywild Ashari. They're not worried about the Feywild crashing into the material plane. I mean, it could even be, maybe that's why the Shadowfell is so much more separate than the Feywild, is because when Vecna... Ooh, wait a second. I'm bringing it all back, right? Maybe Vecna didn't. Maybe Vecna or the people that defeated Vecna didn't separate the Shadowfell. Maybe Vecna separated the Shadowfell in a very similar way that all of the other elemental planes were separated. Like the Feywild and the Shadowfell might just be this like planar coincidence, or this like this thing that like the gods didn't actually make, right? They might have, the gods might have, you know, made all of the elemental planes, and then the Shadowfell and Feywild were just sort of generated as these extreme versions of the material plane by, like, I don't know, like the consciousness of living things or something like that. Very Cosmere, very Brandon Sanderson Cosmere in that way. And so the reason that the Shadowfell is so separate might be because Vecna didn't just grab power that existed. Vecna might have collected like all of the shadow from the world in a very similar way that the gods collected all of the earth essence and put it into the earth plane. All the fire essence, put it into the fire plane. Vecna might have done the same thing, but with shadow. And that is why the Shadowfell is now more separated. Vecna essentially moved it away from the material plane. And in doing so, condensed it and gave it primordial form so that he could become its avatar. And then he was separately defeated somehow. But that would make a lot of sense for the Four Remember. It is the elements. It's this elemental sort of memory of history. That could be it. That could be something. There's also not Vecna. There's the person that injured Ioun. I think Baram Goldhand talked to us about it. Nope, never mind. There's the person that, he described Ioun as wounded. She was wounded by a different god. I have them in somewhere in here. Exandria. Characters. People of power. Major divinities. It is Tharizdun. Tharizdun seriously wounded Ioun during a struggle after the calamity. From Brom Goldhand, Tharizdun is known as the Chained Oblivion. Very evil god, sealed, chained away. I have a big feeling that the instinct that Tharizdun is Vecna, the death god that the Raven Queen usurped, or both. I could see... Because you need a god to refine the planes, right? You need a god. The gods of the past are the ones that refined all of the elemental planes. I could see Vecna having struck a deal with Tharizdun. Tharizdun might be the one that separated the Shadowfell. After him and Vecna made a deal about it. Vecna says, hey, I'll help you do this. Whatever you need done on Earth, I'll help you do it. You help me separate the Shadowfell. I'll become the Shadowfell's avatar, and I'll do your will on the material plane. You know, we have pretty aligned goals, you and I. And so that could be the entire struggle, like, between the Raven Queen. So, like, you have Raven Queen and Ioun on one side. We know that Tharizdun wounded Ioun. They had some sort of conflict. And the Raven Queen and Vecna seem very at odds from each other, right? Raven Queen has this whole fucking deal about undeath, which seems like Vecna's whole shit. So, Vecna and Raven Queen, you know, kind of set against each other. Ioun and Tharizdun set against each other. He's an old evil god. Raven Queen usurped an evil death god. Seems like it could be Tharizdun. So that kind of sets up these two sides of Raven Queen and Ioun versus Tharizdun and Vecna. Well, why would they have been against each other in the first place? It says that all of this happened after the calamity. And the calamity was the Second War. We haven't had like a big planar war since. The gods went up into heaven and they haven't like really talked to us ever since. Now, I don't know why Ioun would want to be involved. It might be that she doesn't have a choice. What's that? It might be that she doesn't have a choice, or it could have something to do with why the Briarwoods are using Ioun's temple to establish the connection to Vecna, right? Underneath Whitestone, the Ziggurat is an Ioun temple. And we see another Ziggurat in Vasselheim, which is an Ioun temple. So Ioun seems to have some manner of connection to this, like, death, whatever. I don't know. Or maybe she just has a connection to, like, raw magical energy. I'm not sure. I don't know why she's involved, but she clearly is. So that's my theory. Vecna made a deal with Tharizdun to separate the Shadowfell in the same way that all of the elemental planes were separated by the gods during the First War. However, Raven Queen and Ioun, and possibly some champions, who knows, contested Vecna and Tharizdun's plans, scattered their bodies, locked Tharizdun in the Shadowfell That would make a lot of sense. That's why he is the chained oblivion. That's why he's locked away. He's locked in the Shadowfell. Makes total sense. In a similar way that all of the other evil gods were like banished to other planes, he's locked in the Shadowfell. The Shadowfell no longer has this connection to the material plane. Raven Queen and Ioun remove it. So now Vecna's soul and mind, but I think maybe their process was like was successful or partially successful, and this is also why Vecna is not considered a full god. I keep saying she. He is considered some manner of, I said lich death god, but he's not considered a god. He was just very powerful. Sounds a lot like Thordak. So Vecna's mind and soul is now locked within the Shadowfell because he is like the embodiment of the Shadowfell's power. Tharizdun, body and soul, is locked in the Shadowfell, and the Shadowfell has been totally separated from everything else. And we even see the only other place that we've seen planar portals. In fact, the only other place that we've seen planar portals just open up, not be like stable, because all of the Ashari portals are stable. The only other place that we've just seen portals just open is in Sphinx Mountain with Kamal Ja'ori, who has an Ioun obelisk right on his front door. Seems Ioun related. And obviously his mate, Osisa, is Ioun related. She's using the Heartstone. So it seems like Ioun has something to do with the elemental planes. Because, like, Osisa's using a Heartstone. Kamal Ja'ori can, like, summon planar portals just for, like, a random test of these schmucks that roll up to his front door. He has the 4 Remember poem in his little dungeon. So Ioun's related. Maybe she's the one that just separated the elemental planes. Maybe the other gods take credit for it, but it was all Ioun? I don't know. But that might be why the Briarwoods need an Ioun temple to do this. She's got the planar connecting magic, you know? She's got the planar magic on deck that can connect all of these things, that can make the portals. Like I said, we saw that with Kamal Ja'ori. Kamal Ja'ori, Ioun related, Ioun affiliated, can make portals. Makes a lot of sense why the Briarwoods would do it in Whitestone then. In fact, that might be why Ioun was contesting Tharizdun and Vecna in the first place. They're trying to create their own little plane like her elemental planes. So Ioun has all these elemental planes. She made them all. Maybe she even maintains the connections. Who knows? And so when Vecna and Tharizdun are trying to separate their own, she's like, no. That's my thing. You got to go through a whole process. There's a whole bureaucracy to actually do all this. All right, calm down. And that's why the corrupted Ioun temple is what they are trying to use to reestablish this connection between the Shadowfell and the material plane. That seems pretty good. That seems pretty cohesive, I would say. Now I need to actually read some chats. But that seems like a way to finally marry these two theories of the primordial breaches and Vecna. Because they've seemed like the two things. And I've been debating Vecna, primordials, Vecna, primordials. Who's it gonna be? It's a real Sophie's choice. I don't know what that means. I've just heard that phrase used. And it's because Vecna was trying to create his own primordial and become the avatar of it. That's what I think. Okay. There's so many chats left to read. Oh, man. More tinfoil hats. The whole solstice thing reminds me of Hercules animated, where the planets need to align to free the Titans. Absolutely. Yeah. would make sense that the plane of ice was a part of or a subplane of the plane of water. I agree. I think that is probably most likely for like what's going on, or it's like some sort of weird pocket dimension. I don't fucking know. Shadowfell, what is it? Can the gods change? Can the gods' domains change over time in Exandria? Honestly, the more we dive into this theory, I feel like the domains, like the domain of winter, or the domain of death, or the domain of fire, these are like inherent powers to the universe. Again, very Cosmere. These are like inherent powers to the universe, and people can have one or multiple of them. So, like, the Raven Queen has slightly different domains than it seems like the previous Death God did. And those domains have to be, like, held by somebody, but they can kind of change hands. So, I think that the domains that a god has can change, but possibly not the domains that exist, if that makes sense. That's my current theory. And it kind of works in with the Gestalt divinities. Like we heard about in the Feywild that the bear spirit was like this Gestalt being where people just believed that it existed, so then it did. I think that might be how domains are sort of created. So a domain, like a shard of the power, to use Cosmere terminology, the shard of like raw power is generated by belief, sentient being belief. But then individual sentient beings can hold one or more of those powers. That's my current theory. Vecna's a man, or are you referring to the Raven Queen? I always get Vecna's gender wrong. Vecna just sounds so feminine to me. I don't know why. I don't mean to misgender Vecna. It's just that Vecna sounds so feminine to me. I really try to say he, but I do slip up sometimes. She, they, Vecna goes insanely hard. Mega, do you know how the Raven Queen became a god? I do not. I know that she usurped the previous death god. That is all I know. Yeah, Vecna's usually a guy, yeah. Just imagine Vecna as Skeletor to remember his pronouns. I think that's part of the issue, is I do picture Vecna as, like, sexy vampire death god. That is how I picture Vecna, is like crimson clothing, jet black hair. I think I picture her too sexy. I think that's the problem. No, Vecna's a guy. That's the issue I keep having, though, because Vecna sounds feminine to me. Jamie Campbell? I don't know. Jamie sounds feminine as well. So that's not going to be helpful at all. The person who plays Joanna, who sings Joanna in Sweeney Todd, is Jamie Campbell. That does not help. I have, but that's not like a... Yeah, it's not like a core enough memory for me to remember on instinct. I'm assuming Jamie Campbell plays Vecna in Stranger Things. All I know is that Vecna's in Stranger Things. I don't know anything about him there. You're the primordial of the material plane. It's you, Perfect Fan. Aren't primordials necessarily elemental, like fire, earth, water? That's why the elemental's language is primordial. I think that primordial does not necessarily mean the elements. I think it's like a subset. It's like a rectangle square situation. I think that the elements are primordial forces, but there can be primordial forces that are non-elemental, if that makes sense. At least my understanding of it. It might be different in different cosmologies. I think you're describing the very like Greek understanding of it. But I believe like ancient Jewish and Christian cosmology included like the soul as a primordial force. And like they considered the soul and heavens as primordial forces and things. The hidden fae or shadow Ashari, that would be sick. That would be super sick. I would love that. Oh yeah. Isn't it Fince? Not Finch? I actually don't know. Maybe. I thought Thordax was him going crazy, but the we was him and the eggs as an extension of himself. That's definitely what I thought was going on at the time, but now I'm not so sure anymore. So you're saying Artagan wants to become some sort of god? A demigod, at least. I think he's probably already an archfey. And he's doing political games and wants to ascend above the other archfey. And he wants to become the avatar of the Feywild. Or at least close to it. So Artagan wants to follow in Vecna's footsteps. Is there an actual plan? I think so. Or I think he's at least considering his options. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he might be doing exactly what Vecna did, but I think he's looking into it. And, you know, I think he's probably more risk averse than Vecna is. He has less of like a lust for power than Vecna does. I think he's like, oh, that would be really cool if I could do it in like a relatively risk-free way. I think then Artagan would go for it. So he's probably going slower. Because also, I mean, we got to remember, Vecna was human, right? Vecna was human, gonna die. Seems like, liches are almost always driven by the desire to subvert death, normally by taking over it. Artagan seems to be a powerful fae. If he's not already immortal, he's probably close to immortal. So he just has a lot more time to like he can be more patient with looking into these sorts of things. Vecna was probably a lot more desperate. Yeah. He needs to travel to the material plane to become a god. How would he use the crest? Maybe. I think maybe he needs to travel there, or maybe it's an Ember Seed situation where he just has to use it somehow to become a god. Sort of like embedding it within himself. Which, great weak spot. If Artagan became a villain in like a later campaign, I don't think he'll be a villain in this campaign, but like having him have like this little embedded sliver of threshold crest, like within an arm or something, that is like very obvious and very clear. And then Matt gets to say like, oh yeah, that's the sliver of threshold crest that Vox Machina procured for me. And he gets to say that to like one of the future parties, like the C2 or C3 party. And all of the C2 or C3 parties get to be like, oh, what assholes. Those Vox Machina dickheads. Oh, that'd be so awesome. I would love that. Or if Artagan's like a very like aligned force and he's like a good demigod, then, they get to like feel like they maybe did like kind of a cool thing. Who knows? But they get to like see this very major impact of their past actions within a past campaign. That'd be so sick. I hope that Artagan comes back. I would be kind of shocked if he didn't. Oh, man. So is Thurisdan good? Is separating the planes a good or bad thing? I think that depends on what side of the theological divide you're on in Exandria. I think Vord would say it's a bad thing. But I think it depends on your perspective. I don't know. I don't know that it's a good or bad thing. They've pitched Thurisdan as bad, and I believe it. I believe he was probably cruel and tyrannical. But I don't know if separating I think it's more of like a power struggle sort of thing. Like, Ioun didn't want the Risden to separate a plane because that's her thing. That's her thing. That's her domain. I mean, it could even be like a legitimate thing. Kind of like how, this is sort of a side tangent, but in America, in corporate copyright law, if you have a clause within like a contract and you don't enforce that clause, and then someday in the future, you like lose your ability to enforce it. So like now you can just, I think it's either like Elevator or Kleenex or something like that, where like that's a brand name, but the company that owns the brand name can't like prevent other people from using it because they let other people use it for so long and didn't enforce their copyright that now they've lost the privilege of enforcing it. Now they're not allowed to because they let it happen for so long with like full knowledge. So I could see it being that sort of situation with Ioun, where it's like, look, I have to be the one to separate the planes. If I'm not, then I lose the ability to do so. I lose the domain. Or maybe the domain gets like diluted. So it could be a real threat to her power. That's why she's wounded. I was wondering about that. Because it's always, not always, but it's a little weird to me that a god could become wounded. Braun described Ioun as wounded, and Tharizdun wounded her. If one of her domains, one of the aspects of her being, is centered around being the one to separate the planes and to keep the planes separated, that's her shit. That's like on her. The fact that Tharizdun went around her and did it himself wounded her. It made her less powerful because now she's not the only one with the power over this domain. This power has now been split from her in a way, cleaved off of her, if you desire to think about it that way. So that could be how Tharizdun wounded her. It wasn't this actual combat. It was the fact that he did a thing. It would be like if another god presided over the transition of someone's death. That would make the Raven Queen less powerful. She's not the one to do it anymore. Ho, 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 ho. That seems like a thing. I don't know. Do you think only the good gods want to stop Vecna, or did the whole pantheon put aside their differences to stop an outsider from getting in? I don't think there are good gods or bad gods. I think there are gods that want the separation, and there are gods that don't. I think they're... What's up? Haven't. I can do it next break in like 25 minutes. Oh, we do. Yeah, that's fair. I think there are purely people that want separation and gods that don't want separation. And I think we even kind of see that in the Second War. In the Second War, it's described as, it's the divine gods and the dark gods. But when we look at divergence, the way that even Vord describes it is they questioned the purpose of creation and embraced the primordial chaos they once fought against. They taught mortals magic, magic corrupted, and split the people from the gods. The evil gods, the dark gods in Divergence, all they want is the primordial soup back. Now, to be fair, the primordial soup isn't probably super conducive to human life. So we might consider those the bad gods, but I think that is the actual distinction between the gods, yeah. Oh, man. I think I'm on to something, man. You're saying the evil gods taught mortals magic, but Ioun seems very tied to the magic stuff. How certain are you of the truth of Vord's claims? Oh, I take him with a big old grain of salt. Big old grain of salt. And it is weird to me that Ioun is like, you know, still considered seemingly a good god when she is the god of like, it seems like she's the god of knowledge. But I think she's actually the god of magic. Because you're right, she's very tied to all the magic stuff. I've always found Ioun suspicious. Because she seems like all of the characteristics of her seem like she would be a bad god. From what we know of the bad gods. But I think that the thing that keeps her on the good side is that she keeps the planes separated. I think that is what actually defines her goodness. That's what the other gods actually care about. But they probably still view her with some amount of suspicion, especially if her and the Raven Queen are related. We know that the other gods don't really fuck with the Raven Queen all that much. And so it seems like her, like the Raven Queen and Ioun might be like the nerdy kids at the lunch table that, you know, the jocks keep around to do the homework, to do all the boring nerd shit that they don't want to do, but the other gods don't like them. Like, they're useful. You know, they Raven Queen replaced Thurisdun, and Ioun keeps all the planes separated so that the other gods can go and party in the big frat house in the sky. They can put themselves behind the divine gate, but Ioun has to stay down in the muck with all of us, all the dirty material. Blech. She has to constantly be touching the elemental planes. Fucking gross, dude. Can you imagine? Ugh. So I think they are on the good god side, but the other gods don't like them very much. They're the you know, they're the necessary gross people that the gods hang out with. Yeah. Do you keep a list of the deities we know of on World Anvil? I will say, I haven't updated the World Anvil in a while. So this might be, it might be a little bit out of date, but generally, yes. It's within Exandria, characters, people of power, and then major divinities, and minor divinities, and entities of power. So, like, I put, like, Brimscythe, Glabrezu, Hodis, Jamon. All of these people are entities of power. Then we have minor divinities, Artagan, Chrysalthul, Jurazel, Sondor, Smoky, Vecna, Vesh. And then major divinities, all these people. So we have Bahamut, Erathis, Ioun, Cord, Melora, Pelor, Raven Queen, Sarenrae, Thurisdun, Tiamat. And honestly, all of the theories that we're talking about here honestly makes a lot more sense as to why Melora is a good god, because she seems so elementally aligned, but she's not really. If you kind of think about it. She's really the god of the material plane. She's like one step away from a primordial herself, but she's the primordial of the material plane. And the other gods like the material plane. They crafted it to be what it is, and so they like the god of the material plane. Or of the natural material plane, you know what I'm saying? She's the embodiment of the thing that they wanted. I would doubt that Melora probably existed before the First War. I would bet that Melora came into being post-separation of planes. Maybe I'm wrong. I could see that going either way, but I could see that happening. This might even be why a priestess of Melora would use a soul curse, something that seems pretty dark and evil by our, current understanding of those definitions. Because Melora is closer to a primordial than she is to a god, to one of the divine gods, we might say, Sarenrae or Arathis. She's much closer to the primordials. Who knows? Sophie's Choice is a classic movie where a mother is forced to choose between both of her sons. Oh, I see. Interesting. They put a big old taste on Withers. Never too late for Vecna. It is. Now I am just imagining sexy Withers. And that's not too far off from what I picture as Vecna. I kind of do picture sexy femme Withers. Oh man. They didn't give him a real threshold crest? Oh, did they not? I forgot that. The threshold crest VM was just a piece of rock. Right. They won on a technicality. So, that might be why, maybe we won't see Artagan. Maybe Artagan will have to get some other patsy to get him a threshold crest, yeah. Maybe Mega finds people suspicious because he's suspicious. I am suspicious. I'm a warlock, boy. I'm a warlock. You know how it is. So Melora is the other gods' baby? Yeah, kind of. Or at least she is the god of their creation. Yeah, she's kind of a child deity, child divinity. In fact, Melora and Arathis. Melora is the natural enemy antagonist to Arathis, the goddess of the constructed world and civilization. The goddess of civilization, inventions, laws, and the constructed world. She is worshipped in most major cities and is broadly seen as unaligned, rather than necessarily good or evil. She is the antithesis of Melora, the goddess of the wilderness and the natural world. I could actually see both Melora and Arathis both not existing before the First War. Because, they talk about before the First War, it's all this chaos. They probably couldn't get a civilization, right? Before the First War. So after the First War, they separate the planes, make the material one. Melora springs into existence. Hell yeah. Now people construct Vasselheim and all of the other cities. Arathis springs into existence. So it does seem like Arathis and Melora might be these sort of later divinities. These divinities that came into being later than the rest of the gods, like Ioun or the original Death God or things like that. Maybe Tharizdun. It seems like they probably came into being afterward, and that's why Arathis is seen as unaligned. Because Arathis can't really be against the separation. Like, if you really, think about it, neither can Melora, probably. Neither one of them can really, fundamentally be against the separation of the planes. They can't really have an opinion, because if the planes become not separated, then they just wouldn't exist. The two of them just would cease to exist. Their existence is predicated on the planes being separated. So I guess in that way they're pro, but only because they're kind of forced to be. They don't really have a morality so much as a survival instinct. Whereas the good or the bad deities are deities that would exist regardless and have an opinion on whether or not the planes should be separated. Dude, this is cohesive. this kind of explains like everything that I'm looking at. And it could be all of this springing from the Kraken's line, I'm coming soon enough. It could be that this idea of what Vecna did, this separation, this avatar-like state, could be that like some avatars don't exist, or maybe they do exist, but they're in their planes. Who knows? It could be that the Kraken has his own plans. In fact, he might have. They said the Vestra clearly looked down on the Kraken a little bit. They clearly think of the Kraken as a beast, not really that intelligent. It could, and so they say that it moved near to the portal because, you know, the planar energies make it a good hunting ground. But that's kind of weird, no? That's a little strange of a way to put it. Why would it make it a good hunting ground, honestly? Like, let me go back to the beginning of 88.
Happening for our pals over at Nerd.
Let me go back to the beginning of 88. Let me go see where they first mentioned the Kraken and why the Kraken moved into the region. They were the byproduct of the Kraken that lives in the water elemental plane. Kraken plural. There are a number of Krakens. This one, however, was drawn back to the rift from one of the earlier expeditions of the Wave Riders that were attempting to find them, and has now taken up its lair on the outskirts of the rift. So your task is to enter the thing without slaying the Kraken. It's an important part of the ecology, etc., etc. They talk about, like, the reason, I believe. Is Uvenda still around? She's napping. Oh, wait, this was just Matt talking? Keeping the... Oh, wait, this is the replay. This is the recap. Uvenda actually talks about it at the end of 87. Where is it? Transcript. Let's see. Wait a minute. Kraken. You know them as the Kraken. An ancient beast once guided upon creation by the Titans that claimed, etc., etc. They know them by many languages. Free from service. One of these such Krakens is taken to the waters near the rift. Made it its home. It appears to be producing the lodestones. It's accidentally led directly to the rift where it now rests and feeds on other creatures naturally drawn to the energy of the tear. Now that's interesting. That's a little interesting, right? Because the Kraken wasn't drawn to the rift's energy. The Kraken was drawn back to the rift by the Wave Riders. So it was close enough to be drawn back by the Wave Riders, but not close enough to feel the energy of the rift and be attracted by it. But it now feeds on other things that were attracted by it. Either the things that it's preying on are more sensitive to the planar energies. That seems unlikely, given that the Krakens are the creations of the Titans. Or that's not why the Titan's there at all. Or that's not why the Kraken's there at all. Could be. If this rift is giving off planar energy, giving off radiation, the Kraken has been slowly absorbing that water plane energy by living right outside of the rift. So unlike Thordak, that got his power via the Ember Seed, that has a bunch of elemental plane of fire energy embedded within it, and then he just absorbed all of that via the Heartstone, The Kraken's going a little bit more natural with it. It just lives in proximity to planar energy and slowly accrues it over time. I mean, even if there are like prey animals that are attracted to this rift energy, maybe they absorb the rift energy to survive, and then the Kraken eats those. It's getting the rift energy from the food now. So when it says, I'm going to be coming through soon enough, that might be because it's been absorbing water plane energy this whole fucking time. Over a generation. We know that even for Thordak, the Ember Seed took a while to transform him. Could be the same thing with the Kraken. It might just take a while. And so we're going to see the elemental Kraken, the water primordial Kraken, soon enough. Soon enough. I think that's exactly what that means, man. It just absorbs energy like a plant photosynthesizing. I think so. I think it has been slowly transforming into the Avatar, unlike unlike Thordak. That did it way faster, and that's why it's maintaining its mind. I'd be interesting to go back through that fight. I'm not going to do that on stream, but I'd be interesting to go back through the fight and see if the Kraken gave off any like elemental energy at some point. Like if Matt was like, oh, it flashes with light or something. In fact, in this episode, because Matt just really, really recently, just a couple minutes ago, was narrating the Kraken, I don't think he mentioned anything like that. Keyleth reached out, grabbed the twins, and plane shifted back to the prime material plane. I'm sorry. I just noticed that wording. The prime material plane. That could be the explanation for the Feywild and Shadowfell. It might be. This one's short. Not another hour, Caller Identity. Not yet. It could be that the Feywild and the Shadowfell are just the material plane with different skins. That's kind of what they are in D&D lore and cosmology, right? At least to my understanding. My moon tree theory was predicated on the fact that the Feywild is connected to the material plane very directly. Like there's a one-to-one correspondence between the two. But the Feywild is this, very like misshapen version of the material plane. So the prime material plane is what I would call the material plane. And it could be that the Feywild and the Shadowfell are the non-prime material planes. The Feywild is still a material plane. It's just not the prime material plane. And that could be why Tharizdun and Vecna's plan was so offensive to Ioun and all the other gods, is they were going to split off part of the material plane. Just, this beta version. Or this secondary version of it. That's interesting. That's interesting. You manage to be vomited up. Unconsciousness takes you. The Raven Queen. Sha-da-da-da-da. Gathers and vanishes. The hands reach out. My champion, it seems you've stepped to return to me, but what is your destined threat to be? You watch as one of its tendrils begins to, one of its final tentacles that's still there, pulls through and tries to grab one of the sides of the rockstone pillars. The other guardians stab it. The beak snapping. You start to see... Wait. Oh, and the energy beginning to pulse. It's almost trying to force its way through a much smaller opening. The energy. It doesn't say if it's the Kraken's energy or not. Yeah, interesting. I'm coming soon enough. I'd want to go back and re-listen to what the Kraken said, but we're gonna do an ad, and then we're gonna come back to the actual episode. Finally. Oh man. How much longer are you gonna be streaming? I'm asking because after my stream, I want to raid into you. Oh, thank you, Elfire Eva. I'm going to be probably for a few hours. My voice is feeling okay. So we're gonna take an ad break right now, right here. Probably a slightly longer one because I need to take one of the dogs out. And then we're gonna be back and we're gonna actually start watching the episode. We just went on probably like a 2.5 hour a 2.5 hour theory. Yeah, you'll be my raid target. Thank you. I appreciate that. The energy of the rift was pulsing, not the Kraken. Yeah, it was a little ambiguous, but it does seem that it was. I think it was the energy of the rift. I think you're right. So nothing exactly there. But I'm What up? I had to get a fan because I'm getting hot because I'm theorizing. Okay. So I know that I just said that I was done with the theories and that we were about to get back to the episode, but I have like one more thing I gotta check. Okay. So I remember at the end, during Raishan Part 2, she said some weird shit that I've never had an explanation for. And I'm wondering if that will make more sense in light of this much more cohesive theory. Because this theory is getting cohesive. Let's see. Magistrate Raishan escaping with Thordax's corpse as the next part of her plan. She says EP 83, not 84. Oh, is that? Really? That's where she made the weird comment that I had no explanation for? I believe it, I guess. Okay, let's see. Oh, wait, what was the birth heart? What was that? I just saw this. Oh, it's a cluster of many trees. Oh, yeah, whatever. I long for the days of the tangent counter. Look, the tangent counter, it's never coming back. I'm telling you that right now. I'm telling that right now. So, 83 is the last battle with her? Oh, the Deceiver.
And welcome to tonight's episode of...
I guess 83 would have been the last battle with her. That's fair. Let's see. View report. I am young and spry. Let's see. Curiosity about the island. I had only you. Okay, wait. Sadly, the pressures of time left me forgetting until I arrived, which has limited my options. I had only used the glyph once before, years ago, but it is how it is. All right, never mind. I still have no explanation for that. Let's watch.
Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors...
Okay, wait. That's the wrong one, and also blowing out my eardrums.
Early to you, Grog, and some of the other guardians nearby.
That's good.
Well,
Okay.
He was not happy in the end there, but he recognized true power, and he was sorry to see us go.
As soon as the as you've had this conversation, you turn and look left, and you see Durand there, who is waiting. He goes, "Wait, where's the rest of them? Where's the rest? Where's Keyleth?"
They
disappeared.
They went away.
Well, let's hope that where they're going, at the very least. Any idea where they went?
Can we breathe some air?
All right, follow me. And he starts leading the swimming cavalcade of individuals that are leading you up to the top of Vestra, back up through the area of Torrent, through the various tubes and tunnels of the reef that leads towards the surface of the Osmond Sea. Simultaneously, Keyleth, Vex, and the lifeless body of Vax, you apparate roughly 10 feet above the surface of the water on the outskirts of Vestra, tumble a bit, and splash into the foot and a half shallow waters on the outskirts. As you all kind of get up for a minute and kind of think about your circumstance, Vex, you look down and you see your brother there, kind of face down in the waters, floating.
I flip him over and look at him. Vex! Vex, wake up!
Come on, we have to get him out of this environment. Come on.
Is there a cleric on the island?
Yes. But before I do anything, I am going to throw up a skyrite above the city.
I'm really trying not to laugh. They're trying to be so tense, but it's... Dude, this is one of the problems with Resurrection. He's like, I start to treat their deaths so... I don't know, casually. It's... I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to be laughing right now, but it's like this like desperation to get Vax back. I think it's also partially because I kind of like don't believe that he's going to stay dead no matter what. You know, with Percy or with Scanlan, at least there was some tension around whether or not they would stay dead. I just don't think it's happening for Vax. I appreciate them being serious, though. This is a me problem, not necessarily a them problem. They're doing great in terms of their acting. I just find it hard to invest, you know? A D&D issue in general, especially at high level, I agree. It's why I, in my current game, I talked about it during session 0 with my party, with my players. I was like, how are we handling Resurrection? And we decided that there are temples that can perform resurrections, but they work on like not a strict monetary system, but like a favor-based system. They're like loan sharks when it comes to resurrection. And so I'm baking in a sort of a big cost to a resurrection. And because like, I don't know, I think Matt's resurrection rituals are cool. They are a good way to tackle this problem. But I do think it's just like a broad problem in D&D, like Amarok said. And it needs to be dealt with in some way. And whatever way you deal with it, you know, it's gonna depend on your table at least a little bit. But even with Matt's solution, I just find myself kind of, I don't know, not really caring about the death. I get a little bit more tense during the resurrection ritual because now it's like, ooh, they might not come back. But the actual death, I'm kind of like, yeah. Resurrection could be a great excuse to include a bargain of some kind, like a devil deal for the person back. Exactly. We are constructing that with like, you know, what do you call it? Humanoid factions in the world. But you could easily have the god of death or the afterlife or whatever require some sort of deal or payment to get someone back. Absolutely. That's my preferred way to address it, but it very much has its downsides. Me and my players discussed a lot of potential ways that we wanted to handle resurrection, none of which were just vanilla rules. And we decided that for us, the way that we are doing it has the least downsides, the most upsides, or at least it has the upsides that we care about the most and the downsides that we care about the least. And I think that's all you can really do with resurrection. You just got to find the best way to handle it, but that's never going to be like a way that is good for every table, unfortunately.
Start dragging his body.
And it says, help, cleric. That works. Look at the idea. Hold on to him. Get on. I'm going to turn into my giant raven form again.
How big is that?
It's like the giant eagle form. I just kind of modify it for style.
Okay.
Yeah.
So using the stats of a giant eagle, but you're going into a raven type form.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Black feathers.
Good.
Black horse. Yeah.
Deliberate.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. And what are you doing?
Gotta be on message. Where are we going? I fly off towards the center of the city, towards where the entrance to the portal was, because I'm assuming there would be sages and clerics waiting there.
Well, the portal's beneath the city.
I know, but there was like
there's the central chamber in the middle of the city, which is where it seemed the base of where the social gatherings seemed to occur, and the centerpiece was where Uvenda and many of the other keepers of the city seem to frequent.
I'll head there.
Okay. So you watch as the giant raven
Oh
takes
no, I'm
off.
holding on to her, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're
she's holding on to him.
Okay,
You're
I
right
got
in
you.
there.
Okay, so you climb onto the back of the giant raven, clutching your brother in one arm, and as the wings pick up, you kind of use all the might that you have to just hold on. You're used to flying under your own power, usually not somebody else's. But as the wings take off, the sea breeze thankfully is not too heavy that day, and as you coast in, coming down kind of dodging between the various buildings and heading towards the central risen chamber. You can watch as on the upper kind of third tier level of this, there's a single chamber that is open, and the outside wall is a series of pillars that makes up the structure. On the inside, you can see it dips down into 3 different kind of sunken platforms, and in the center there are a handful of small statues, there's incense being burned, and what looks to be a small altar of some kind. There are 4 figures there inside, all dressed in similar kind of blues and greens, aquas and whites. Most of them are just long robes with dangling shell-based jewelry and various, smoothed off stones that have been found, tossed and rounded by the elements.
That was a pretty good environmental description, which makes me suspicious. That was a very detailed and unique environmental description of this chamber, which makes me suspicious that it's more important than it first seemed. Although, to Matt's credit, the entire Vesra has been really well described and well established, so it could just be him describing it well. I'm willing to believe that. But I don't know. All of the other character stuff, that's normal, Matt. All of the character descriptions, that's expected. Or was it just the description of the chamber? I don't know. Hey, look, yeah, you guys know. You guys all know. If it's just a chamber and he's just describing it and it's not plot relevant in the slightest, compliments. That was cool. That was unique. It implied some things. I liked it. But I don't know.
Through the years. And in the center of the chamber, in the process of lighting a few of these kind of, not quite sure the material is, but they appear to be candles. As these are being lit light candles, you see Uvenda is walking with her staff, kind of taking this long burning tube and is currently setting them alight as you approach. As the wings begin to prepare for landing, the wind kicks up in front, and you see some of the other guardians kind of put their arm up and look up curiously, some of them reaching back and preparing for whatever may be there. Uvenda's voice, however, rings out across the center of this chamber and says, Stop! I know this one who approaches. And as they all slowly back up, Uvenda kind of stumbles upward, sets aside her small hand-based wick to one of her servants, and approaches the raven as you begin to slink off the side of the bird.
Please, are there any clerics here?
We do have some here of a healing-based nature. Yes, has he been hurt?
He's dead.
She slowly approaches and kind of reaches over and puts her hand on the forehead of Vax's corpse. Kind of runs with them along the cold skin.
Indeed. The Kraken claims another.
No, he won't claim him. What can we do?
The power that is at our disposal could perhaps bring him back, though his form may be different than you recall.
I dropped my form.
Right. The feathers scatter off as Keyleth is now returned to her half-elf image.
Do you have means of traveling quickly? We have a friend who's a cleric. Can you get us to her there and back quickly? Or someone who can tree stride me there and bring her back? I'm exhausted, or else I would do it myself. Please.
I have not a means of travel, but we could reach out to someone.
Yeah.
And she walks back to the altar, and you can see where there are a series of these statues that are there's 4 of them in the center, and there's one large statue in the center. And the center statue, it looks almost like long petrified reef. It's white, it's porous. It looks like the long dead reef, but it seems to swirl into tree-like shape. It's this weird kind of merging of sea and forest-based imagery, and as each various portion of the tree outstretches, you see various baubles are hanging from it. You see stones, necklaces, notes. Uvenda kind of sets her staff to the side, and her small, kind of slightly arched form begins to slowly crawl up the side of the tree, and it looks a bit physically arduous for her, but nobody offers to help. You see this is something that she's done often, and it's kind of part of her job as the guardian here in Vesser of the
While
street.
she does this, I come over the...
What? Huh. Again, that's a really specific and weird and cool environmental centerpiece. It is very out of character for Matt. it swirls into a tree-like shape. It's this weird merging of sea and forest imagery. And the Pyra's portal is in the middle of the Cinder Grove. Right? Cinder Grove. Ep 67. That feels late. Cinder Grove. Matt describes it as similar to the broken, burnt ground of the Cinder Grove. Okay, so Cinder Grove is correct. It was a bunch of fiery trees in the Pyra. Were there any trees in the Terra or the Vesra? I don't remember any. But now I'm thinking about the Birth Heart. Big ass tree related to Melora. The Sun Tree. Big ass tree related to Pelor. The Cancerous Tree. Big ass tree related to Sondor. And I don't know if this is purposeful on Matt's part, but it is evocative of the fact that, like, the main way that they teleport through the material plane is via trees. In fact, the Frost Wield is also like a planar area that is all trees. This seems so coincidental. It wouldn't strike me if it wasn't so strange for the Vesra specifically. And probably if I hadn't already done the whole moon tree thing. Because there's also just like classic imagery related to trees. It could just not be anything remotely specific. It might just be like, yeah, like trees are fucking everywhere. And that's kind of what I thought about the Sun Tree and the Birth Heart and the Frost Wield and like every other tree. I've just been like, well, it's a tree. Like there's just trees around. But now we're encountering a tree where there should not be one. Matt is calling out the fact that it is tree-shaped, but it is not a tree. It's a long petrified reef, a long dead reef, but it is in the shape of a tree. Why? Why would it be in the shape of a tree? That's so particular. Trees are such a common thing, it's fairly easy to find a link between tree-like things. It is. If it wasn't for the fact that everything else is a tree. Like, everything else is an actual tree. But now we have another one that is seemingly tree-shaped, oddly, randomly, it seems, for no particular reason. Which makes me reconsider. Like, I kind of thought that the trees were just environmental, how do I say it? They were environmental indicators of what was happening in the area. So the Sun Tree is the Sun Tree because of Pelor's influence in the area, right? The Birth Heart is the Birth Heart because of, you know, the ground is just suffused with Melora's influence. And so a random tree that was just there is, it gets augmented via the Melora magic. Same thing with the Frost Wield. But this Even if it's the water plane magic, why would the water plane magic turn this coral into a tree? Right? That's the thing that is like tripping me up about this. We're going to have to keep watching because I don't know that I can really like divine any like reason or rationale. Same thing with the cancerous tree. I was just like, oh, the cancerous tree is just a random tree that is being affected by something near it, i.e. the corruption of Sondor. It's just a totally random tree otherwise, though. But this is not a random tree. This is like a particular thing that is particularly tree-shaped. It's not coincidental. Like, I thought that it was just like, oh yeah, they just happened to be trees. Trees are just a thing that is particularly like susceptible to planar magic. Or just to magical influences in general. But this seems different. I don't know. Coral just looks like branching trees sometimes? Sure. But it's this weird merging of sea and forest-based imagery, and as each portion of the tree outstretches. Like, if the coral just happened to look like trees, like, you know, Caller is implying, like, coral just looks like trees, why would you call it a tree afterward? Like, if coral just looks like trees, then why would you call it a tree? You would call it a coral. If they just have similar shapes. Matt is particularly calling out that this coral is particularly and uniquely tree-shaped. And then he just calls it a tree afterward. He doesn't even call it a coral anymore. I don't know. I think it's more literal than you're thinking. Isolated coral reefs look like trees and leafy bends. It's literally just tree-shaped. But then you would just call it a coral. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was just tree-shaped, you would just call it a coral. Because it's a coral. It's not a tree. Even though they have similar shapes. You know what I'm saying? I think what you're looking for is environmental storytelling. I mean, it's certainly, you know, this is not something that Matt has never done before. Look, I have to look into these details ever since Raishan, you know, ever since he said, oh yeah, Raishan said she took a teleportation circle, but there's no teleportation circle in Whitestone. Now I gotta look into it all. Because coral is associated with being underwater, but on land, it might seem like a petrified tree. But we know that it's a coral. I guess that's the weird thing to me, is it's either they either look at it as a coral or a tree. But he says it's a coral that's shaped like a tree. Now we're just going to call it a tree. I don't know. It sticks out to me. I'm not saying that it's like plot relevant. It's just very standout to me. If I consider it not important, the way that Matt is describing it sounds strange. Is it not just to make it clear you can travel through it with druid magic as a tree? Can you? I don't know. Maybe. I haven't gotten that made clear to me yet. Yeah. Since you mentioned the birth art, that since Melora has a section of the city and the city has stood through every war, Melora probably existed when the city existed. I would assume that Vasselheim was made during the First War / afterward. I would assume that Vasselheim wasn't around pre-First War because they just talk about it being like chaos and whatever. Or, I mean, also Melora's section could have gotten added later. Like, we don't know that the sections of the city haven't changed over time. Ugh. Actually, I'll say, actually, we know for a fact that that Vasselheim has changed on its interior over time, because the Raven Queen section now has like the weird anti-undeath curse on it, or magical effect, enchantment. So we know that that part at least has changed. Arathis as well, but that's a fair point. Seriously, I think that's just a visual descriptor. That cloud looks like a dog, etc. It's a coral that looks like a tree. Call her identity. I hear what you're saying, but if we were cloud watching, and then I said, that cloud looks like a dog, and then we continued to talk about it, and I insisted on only calling it a dog, I think that would be weird. We'd be talking about the cloud. You know? I wouldn't refer to it as, oh, that dog is doing something. You know? I don't know.
Earpiece, and I say, Grog, Percy, quick, get back up to the central tower, quick. How do we even know they're alive? I'm trusting that they are.
The distance of the earpiece, you can hear them, yes.
We're on our way.
Thank God.
Oh, Teresa, I think you're correct. The Calamity is the second war, at least as far as I'm aware. So there's pre-First War, First War, between the first and second, I think it's First Spark, and then Second War, and then right at the end of the Second War, boom, Calamity, Second Spark, I think. I don't know quite about the sparks necessarily, but there is like pre-First War, between First and Second, and then everything post-Second War. So I think Vasselheim was around pre-Calamity. I think it was probably built during the First War. If I had to guess, it started as like a military encampment for the divine forces in the war against the Titans. That would be my guess. But I think that I agree. I think that is their claim to fame in general.
Thank God. Is everyone still alive down there?
Yeah, barely. Yes, for the moment.
Vax is down, so, hurry?
We're on our way.
As you're finishing the statement, you watch as Juventus climbing down with one hand and has something cradled in her left arm, and she's like kind of almost like sits for a minute and sets herself down back on both her feet and kind of rubs her lower back.
You'll get there one day.
Please hurry.
And she unfurls her arm and you can see there's a conch shell. A small conch shell, but a conch shell. And she goes,
Whoever you're wishing to speak to, think of them and whisper it into the shell.
Pike, if you can hear me, we need you now. In Vesra, please, it's Vax. How do we know if it worked? Yeah. Second that statement.
She'll hear you. It's up to her whether or not she can act.
and she hands the conch over to one of the assistants, takes her staff back.
I'll just say, it would be kind of weird if she couldn't. This is tough. Like, I don't envy Matt's position here of having a cleric that is a PC cleric. So the players know what level she is. They know that she has access to resurrection stuff. And I believe, at least within the fiction, she's meant to be in Whitestone with Allura and Gilmore, who both have methods of teleporting her. Although Gilmore and or Allura might be in Amon. Any of the three could be in Whitestone or Amon. I'm not quite sure where they are right now. But again, I don't envy Matt's position, because if he doesn't want Pike to show up for whatever reason, whatever he says here is going to feel like an excuse to not give them the res. Because, like, the last time that we've seen these three, they were all relatively together. It would be... I don't know. It's hard to say. Pike and Allura are in Iman. And I mean, there's easy in-fiction explanation of Allura and or Pike have used all their spell slots for the day. So if Allura either can't send her or Pike couldn't do anything once she showed up, like, there are easy in fiction rationale. But I don't know how you can display any of them to the players without it feeling like, as the DM, you're just telling them no res. So like I said, I don't envy Matt's position here, unless he just has Pike show up. If he does anything but like have Pike show up and able to do the resurrection, I'll be very interested to see how he handles that. Because it's a bit of a tough corner to be in. Depending on what you want as the DM, like I said. Glowing Pike return. Magic's been interrupted before, and now the Raven Queen is directly involved via Vax. She could intervene. She absolutely could intervene, yeah. Okay, let's see what happens, because this is either a really tough situation for Matt, or it's very simple. If he is willing to give them everything that they want right now, this is super simple. Very easy to make some decisions here. If not, he's in kind of a tough spot.
No. We offer the service still. Should you not hear anything, we are more than willing to try and restore him in whatever form we can.
How much time? How long is too long? I don't want to wait too long. Let's just wait a little while longer and see if we hear anything from Pike. She's very smart. She'll hear us.
Brushing his hair all over space.
While she does that, I start gathering the feathers and start laying them out as a bed around Vax and preparing the station.
Okay, so the scattered remnants of your transformation, the raven feathers that were kind of shunted from your form, you begin to form a sort of bed-like place to set his body on. Okay, while you guys are doing that, Durin finally breaks the surface of the water where you were originally brought down into the area of Torrent, and after you all hit the surface and breathe out, the bright midday sun is coming down, the smell of sea air hits you, you hear the distant calling of various ocean shorebirds, and it's a welcome change of pace in the murky depths of the water elemental plane you've been facing for the past few moments. As soon as you emerge, Durin kind of steps up into the sand, turns around, shakes and kind of rustles his hair off. All right, well, that's the end of my watch. I don't know what to do.
Could you point us in the direction of where your healers would be?
Of healers, and he points over to the large ascending central structure in Vesra, the one above where you guys had dinner the night before.
Says, well, that's your best bet there. So you've had this at least. You can have more than I do. I spend most of my time on the outskirts, so we're down below.
Right. Thank you for watching our backs in there. That was real heavy, but we have to be leaving you now.
Oh, understood.
Yeah.
Well, everything's okay.
He gives you like a nod and steps over to the side and just watches you guys go as he goes and retrieves one of his Raven sailing boards and just kind of watches with a look of intensity and worry in his brow as his kind of dark dwarven complexion vanishes in the distance, you guys approaching, rushing in towards the center of the city. As you begin to approach, you watch as Dodie, who's been kind of waiting patiently off to the side, kind of comes up to you and is holding the book out and starts just thumbing through page after page after page.
Yes, Dodie, thank you. I'll review this all later. How many pages did you fill?
He goes past about 25 different pages in very, very tiny script that goes into detail about the tides going in by every each person that went in and out of the water, anything he saw in the further distance, various birds from the sky. He does have a few spatterings of white bird excrement across the top of his armor. It seems as proud as an automaton could.
Very well done, Dodie. Thank you. I'll have much more to write tonight, so save some energy for that. Will you carry me?
Sweeps you up in a full-on princess carry
Oh my God.
and begins running after Percival and Grog towards the center of Vesra. You guys reach the base of this, and you have there's all the kind of open stone pavilions where the central gathering areas. You can now see people are starting to look up curiously, coming out of their various homes and places, noticing all this commotion happening up in the top of the temple. You watch as there's a spattering of dark feathers up the top, and you guys begin to ascend one of the two spiral staircases that ascends to the upper level of the temple. Eventually, you guys come to the surface. You're immediately greeted by one of the guards who's on guard, currently with one of their spears, and upon recognizing you, kind of steps aside and lets you in. And so you guys watch as Keyleth and Vex are laying Vax down onto a kind of makeshift bed of black feathers.
What? So am I there?
You're there. You're still in Dodie's arms.
Dodie down. What happened? What's going on? Is he dead?
Yeah, this is what happens when you adventure.
God.
She'll come. She'll come.
Are there other options?
I'm waiting for Pike. She'll come.
Are there other options?
Pike will come.
There are other options.
But they're not good enough. Pike will come.
What?
I don't care what he looks like. I just want him back.
Pike will come. I don't want to do this without Pike. She'll come.
You've ended at this point just starting to gather some of the servants and starting to take down certain baubles and trinkets from the tree branches and setting them in a vicinity around. And she does so. She's like,
These represent protection of the waves.
they take some small salts and kind of scatter them around. They're doing the best they can from a ceremonial standpoint to at least prepare a space. About 15 tense moments pass as you all look out to the horizon. The sun now moving past its zenith and pushing into the afternoon portion of the day. The air is going a little more hot. You find both the nerves, the stress, and the temperature of the room, all of the light from the sun being reflected off the white stone, causing this kind of heated element to the interior, and you instinctually begin to sweat, and it's getting slightly uncomfortable. There is what sounds like a distant rumble of thunder.
Where's it coming from?
You're not sure. It just sort of seemed
Is
directionless.
anybody else startled by it?
You guys all notice each other kind of reacting to the sound, and something happens again, but this time much closer.
Is this normal? What's happening?
Yuvenda's looking a bit awkwardly into the air.
Normal, no. But let us be cautious.
She takes her staff, her little elderly gnomish form, kind of clutching it in front of her in a defensive standpoint.
Don't let anything harm him.
Here.
I'm going to run to my room and get my things. We have not had anything vaguely resembling a short rest at this point.
No,
Okay.
it's happened very rapidly.
Right.
The rest has been the 15 minutes of kind of waiting to hear anything happen. As soon as you start darting to leave, Percival, that rolling thunder sound hits with a small thunder crack. Right in the room is a flash of light. There's a spiral burst of what looks like white-orange flame, and there you see drop from about 10 feet in the air the golden astral form of Pike with her extended Saren Ray wings that slowly retract and vanish from the form as your gnomish friend kind of looks up, her mostly corporeal form, eyes wide, glancing up at the rest of you. Actually,
I know already, right?
As Pike, Ashley Johnson.
Hello, everybody. I wish it were better circumstances. Okay.
so Pike, the mess.
Okay, I mean, there we go. Okay, so Matt was not being backed into a corner. They were actually giving him a very natural way to bring Pike in. Makes total sense. You know what? I kind of forgot about Astral Pike. Even less of a reason to be able to not have her there. We will see if Astral Pike can do the resurrection. Last time we had Golden Pike, I don't think there was anything she couldn't do. I think it was during the Tide of Bone? During the Briarwood arc? I think. I mean, I love Ashley Johnson being here. Why shouldn't she be able to? I mean, there might be very legitimate reasons that a DM might want to restrict permanent access to resurrection. That's why I said that, I think Matt's in a tougher position than most, given that one of the PCs is a cleric and has been established to kind of be able to show up whenever, even though they're not traveling with the party and thereby are not really at risk or in danger at any time. Like, one of the things about having a cleric in the party is that if they go down, they can't resurrect themselves. You know what I'm saying? So you have to protect them. Whereas Pike is kind of always protected. So they just have permanent, no risk access to resurrection sort of at any time. That's why I said I think it's tough for Matt given what has been established. But clearly he was down with it. So in that case, no issue, really. I think it was the Hag's house in the Feywild. Oh, that makes sense. Nerving resurrection I get, but only limiting it sometimes because the player can't always be present would feel crappy if I were a cleric. I mean, this is a whole broader conversation about how Pike exists as a character. I love Ashley Johnson. I love Pike. I loved being able to see Ashley play a real player character in Age of Umbra. But I think the way that they handle Pike is not... I think it has a lot of downsides. Even if you wanted to include a PC that was only coming in occasionally, I think that there are some better ways to do it, but we've talked about that at length before. But it's like, Ashley is in a large minority of episodes. Like, I sometimes call her a guest PC. She's obviously in more episodes than a guest PC, but she's in less than half of the episodes. I think someone calculated at one point. I think it's like a quarter of the episodes that she's in, at least that I've seen so far. She's not really a part of Vox Machina. She's closer to an NPC than a PC at this point. So any interaction with her is going to be awkward. I'm not necessarily talking about just resurrection, but the question of why wouldn't she be able to, why wouldn't she be able to show up? We don't have very many rules on when she can or can't show up. Sometimes she can, sometimes she can't, and it kind of depends on whether or not Ashley Johnson, the player character, or the player is free. But in reality, she could show up. Pike could be involved way more often than Ashley. And so this isn't me saying, Matt wants to nerf Resurrection. It is one of the natural balancing levers of having a cleric that, as a player character, can perform these resurrections. One of the balancing levers of that is that you need to keep them safe, which is not a factor with Pike. So it's more just the way that they handle Pike is actually a buff to natural resurrection. It's a buff. It makes it more accessible, more reliable, more often. It means that they don't really have to ever worry about, do they have access to resurrection magic? They kind of just always do, no matter what. So it's more just awkward and complicated because they don't have a super clear fictional explanation for when she can or can't show up. The explanation is just whenever Ashley Johnson is there, which just makes it kind of awkward. Matt having to pilot her so much doesn't help the NPC allegations. Yeah, I feel I get why they handle her the way that they do, why everything is the way that it is. I think I would do some things differently, but I get why they do it the way that they do. It just sucks that she can't be there consistently. I would much prefer her to just be there all the time. So yeah.
Message came to you, and you immediately went to a frenzy. You were in the process of carrying a bunch of food along with other volunteers within Iman, getting into some of the folks that lost their homes. And when the voice of Keyleth hit your ears, you immediately dropped what you were holding. You found somebody to help continue to lead this effort, and immediately rushed off to find the nearest Temple of Sarenrae in Iman, which still stands, slightly damaged, but it's still one of the buildings of the Temple District. That's fine. There, you sat in quiet prayer for a number of minutes, just imploring to Sarenrae to offer you some sort of guidance or way, and you felt something around you shift, like a push. Someone just kind of pushed you in the shoulders. And as your eyes opened, you weren't in the temple anymore. You were above a floor in a brighter, sunlit, unfamiliar place. And as you landed and caught yourself, you could see you are in your astral form, much like in the Whitestone experience. And you turn around and see surrounding you in the center of this kind of open air chamber in the depths, or in the center of this expansive ocean, your friends, their eyes locking to you with a look of sudden joy and despair, mingled.
I think Sarenrae, you heard. And I just run up and was going to give her a hug and then pat her astral form. I'm going to hug her.
Pike, we need your help.
Okay.
What's happening? Can you still do some sort of resurrection?
Yes.
From here? Yeah?
I think I can. And I will try.
How is this going to work with him and the Raven Queen? What do you know? Vex, do you know anything?
I know nothing.
Do you know anything, Pike? Well,
I don't know. I've never done anything quite like this before with... I mean, most of the time when you guys have been there for resurrections, I don't know. We just have to try.
Is there anything on his armor, something we should be looking for, like a tab or a button or a... No?
I look.
Any sort of message from the Raven Queen on his armor?
Make an investigation.
20. It's 5 plus 7.
32.
No, 20, 22.
20. Oh, I thought you said
22.
I mean, they're most of the runic symbols and designs on here aren't formulated in a sentence structure or language. You do see the roots of them. Some of them are draconic in root, but they've been changed as part of the enchantment of the armor. However, you do find like a small kind of crumpled note on the inside of the armor.
Can I pull it out?
Yeah,
What is it?
it's up to you.
Oh, I'm gonna open it.
Okay. Do you want to tell her what's
You want me to tell her?
or
It just says your name on it.
No.
And it says, take these wings and fly.
No. I just put it back in the armor.
Okay.
There's nothing.
Let's go get him.
Okay. Can we start? He's been here for a while. I'm sorry to bring you into this, like,
No.
so quickly. Like,
I would rather be here, and I'm glad that you guys called me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So because you're in your astral form, you don't have the reagents with you. However, reagents can be provided by the party, and you can rummage through, and you require a diamond of at least 500 gold piece worth, which you have at disposal. So mark that off in the bag of holding on the hold them out there. You find Hazard done a very good job of prepping the space for a ritual, not quite like the one you're used to, but a similar variation, hers being druidic-based magic. But you work with them over the next hour or so to take elements they've already prepared and kind of alter it to fit the ritual style that you're used to formulating and casting. As you finish preparation and your focus clutching onto your holy symbol around your chest, you feel the warmth of Saren Ray that brought you here begin to swell around you. And you guys watch as the ritual continues. Pike's form begins to just emit more and more light. The interior of this temple, which is largely shaded by the roof of the temple, other than the sunlight coming in from the open walls of it, the whole interior begins to just grow brighter from Pike's presence as the incantation begins to slowly drift from your lips and the magic begins to flare. The circle that was drawn around the body, the three parts of it, the tri-corner section of this glyph awaits who wants to bring the first offering to the ritual. The first
I'll do it.
attempt to bring.
Do it. I kneel down next to him and I take the feathers from behind my ear and I start braiding them into his hair. And I say you were always better at this than I was. But you gave me these feathers in one of my darkest hours to remind me of the beauty in the world. So I'm giving them back to you now because you take the beauty with you. We've done this so many times. We've brought so many of us back. But this feels different, right? I feel as if I'm not speaking to Vax. I feel as if I'm speaking directly to her.
Speak to him.
No. No, he's at her side, but it's being filtered through the Raven Queen. So these are my words to her. I'm here today because of a bargain my brother made with you, so I know you like to make deals as much as I do. He traded his life. He became your champion, and you spared mine. What a striking champion he is. Long dark hair and a strong, lithe figure soaring over the land in raven feathers and a dark vestige. He said pyres in your honor, set soul after soul to you. He would be ashamed to give that up. Especially now. And I remember the book that I read. Especially now, as Orcus builds his forces against you. The demon prince of the undead seeks to claim your throne. You know this as well as I. We just recently killed one of his loyal servants in the Underdark, before my brother ever came to your service. Imagine what he could do now. So this is the deal I make with you. You send him back. Allow my brother to come home, and we will seek out Orcus. I will track him down. I will hunt him in whatever pit he resides. And we will destroy your enemy once and for all. What say you?
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, it's so tough. I gotta take notes before I forget. It's I'm always split on the resurrection ritual, man. I like it so much in theory.
$25.
Okay.
Yeah, man, I like the resurrection rituals so much in theory, but having that entire speech end with make a persuasion check is such an anticlimax to me. And I so get it. Like I said, I think that there is absolutely no way to do it perfectly. I think that modifying off of base resurrection is good and important. And I like so much of the idea of Matt's custom ritual. But when all of that RP just happens and it's awesome and so beautiful, and it simplifies down to make a persuasion check. It's like you can't say make a persuasion check with like any amount of gravitas. No matter how much you try. It's not Matt's fault. Matt, no one can say make a persuasion check with that much gravitas. I don't know. It's so tough because I also don't know how you do it different. I think maybe one of the only things I would say that I can think of, but I'm not even confident in this. This is just like an idea, is to have all of the RP first and then all of the checks. So it's like have her make the offering and then move on to the next person. Have them do all the RP. Move on to the next person. Have them do all the RP. And then say, okay, all three of you, you roll persuasion, you roll this, you roll that. And at that point, you would get all of the RP. So it would be easier to assign distinct skill checks. Because sometimes Matt will say, make this check, but then he doesn't want to repeat it for a later one, even if the later one might have fit it a little bit better. So, if someone else does a good persuasion check, or a good thing that is maybe more persuasion-y than Vex is right there, he's locked in to having already done persuasion for Vex. So, but if you save it till the end, until you've heard all of the RP, then you might be able to say, okay, Vex roll, I don't know, history or religion because of the tensions between Orcus and Raven Queen. I don't know. It's hard. I get why the checks are there. I think it's a great system. But that's the huge downside to me, is that the checks feel like such an anticlimax. Yeah. This is always so strange to me because of how long it's been since the Orcus plot. She mentioned a book that she read. Was that book, in the Underdark? I remember the book that I read. Orcus builds his forces against you. The demon prince of the undead seeks to claim your throne. Does he? Dude, I don't remember that at all. Or is she just fibbing to the Raven Queen? Did we get that out loud, or was that a whisper? Or we're getting ads incoming, so I'll read comments while I'm off. She bought the book after Vax made the deal. She wanted to learn more about Raven Queen. Right. I do remember that in Vasselheim. Interesting. I would have been taking notes by then. Interesting. I think the RP of the speech should affect the resurrection DC or have the DM roll itself. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Would you rather they roll first and then RP based on the number rolled? I mean, that's a style, certainly. That's very similar to how every skill check is handled in Blades in the Dark. The RP comes after the roll. It has its upsides and its downsides, I would say. I don't like it. Maybe I like it slightly better than D&D's method, but it has a lot of pros and cons to doing it that way. What's up? Hello. I read through a lot of the comments. I think a lot of them are fair. I will say, I don't think there's a real difference between making the checks before or after. It's still only one person per skill, and you're still forced to try and assign some other skill to your action. I will just say the difference from my perspective, I don't think either is better or worse necessarily. But I've played a system where it is the opposite, and I know that there are distinct differences. The primary way that I would describe it is if you roll beforehand, you can use the roll's value, like what the value of the roll was, to guide your role play. So it results in role play that is more cohesively matched to the roll. If you do it beforehand, all of the role play happens, and then the check kind of applies almost like a modifier or like a lens on top of your role play. And that can lead to like some weird disconnect or dissonance. So like if, I don't know, if she'd rolled like a natural 1 there, that would have felt pretty disconnected to me. That would not have felt very grounded in the fiction because she just delivered a banger speech. But if she rolled a nat 1, that's tough, you know. And there's lots of discussion on how should roles and role play be sort of communicated between each other. But I think the big downside to it, because I do think there's a downside, there's a trade-off, is that it constrains your role play. So if you roll ahead of time, now everyone knows that you know what the role is. So if you roll bad or you roll good, now your role play is meant to be guided and influenced by that role. So it is now constraining your role play, and it ends up highlighting, I won't say skill gaps, but if you roll really well and then give like an okay RP speech, that now becomes hard to to sort of narrate. And so there can be a dissonance there. Or if you roll really poorly, but like had a good idea for the role play or had like a really meaningful, awesome speech for the role play, are you going to make that awesome speech now after the 1? So now your role play is constrained. So I think the real difference is, do you prefer your role play being constrained and guided by the dice? And in a sense, as Critical Role often says, are you into letting the dice tell the story separate from you? Because if you roll before the role play, you are giving the dice much more presence and much more effect over the story. If you do it afterward, then you allow the dice to modify the role play that you've already done and established. So it's basically, do you want to let it guide you but constrain you, or let it potentially dampen or enhance, weirdly, whatever you did? It's kind of like, do you want it to be like a modifier on your role play, or do you want it to guide your role play? I don't think either is that much better or worse. I slightly prefer the guidance, but I've run into plenty of situations where it felt weird when playing Blades in the Dark. So I'm not gonna say that it's better. Yeah. I thought we were talking about doing all the talking first and then all the roles. Different conversation. I mean, that's also a whole separate conversation. Yeah, doing an Oscar-winning speech, but then rolling a nat 1. Yeah, a little bit. Matt modified it at some point so that skills could be repeated, but at a higher DC, so you get advantage by going first. Yeah. I think it's all too easy to consider each action as persuading the person to return to life, and it forces creative solutions like making a history or arcana checks. And I mean, that's another aspect to this. Do you want to force/encourage creative solutions? Or like it's a puzzle to be solved? Or do you want to encourage them to just like speak from the heart no matter what that is? I honestly lean more towards the creativity side, but I know for a fact that many in chat would not. Many in chat would much rather people have just unconstrained RP to speak whatever's in their soul rather than being guided into, creative or not creative solutions. That's why I'm saying it's tough. I think Matt is so on to like a really good way to handle resurrection with the ritual, but it feels like it's missing something for me. And I pitched it to my players. Like when we started Saltmarsh, I pitched it to them. I was like, hey, this is, I've been watching Critical Role. This is Matt's resurrection solution. And I pitched it to them, and they weren't into it. And so we ended up going with the solution that we did that I described earlier, but I don't know, it's tough. We debated if there was any ways that we could change it that would make it more better. That would make it better for us. But we couldn't really figure it out. It's tough, though. I think it's loads better than base resurrection. I'll say that all day long. But it doesn't quite get there. I don't know what it's missing, though.
The minute the words, "What say you?" leave your lips, 1/3 of the glyph vibrates to life. Where the golden light of Sarenrae's power that the glyph initially emanates, the light as it brightens becomes a purplish blue hue. So, who wishes to be the next offering?
I'll go. I go up to him and I prop up his back and kind of set him up against my chest and whisper into his ear. Say, I know you can hear me. I know you're still in there. And I'm sure she can hear me too. But your sister is right. You've held up to your promise to her. And you've made a promise to me. We have to settle down, live happily together, remember? You promised me Vesra. So, I want to give you a little bit of light to follow in the darkness. And I find the scar on his back of my handprint. And I find it, and I cast daylight into his back, into the handprint, and say, and besides, you know I'm in love with you, right?
Roll d20 and add your wisdom.
Which dice? Okay. 20 total.
20 total?
Yeah.
As the daylight spell brightens and your instinct is to close your eyes, but you push against it. And you know this will temporarily burn into your retinas, but you still holding that still and whispering into him. You can feel not just the tears of your emotion, but the instinctual pain of the blinding light piercing the inside of your eyes. But you will hold strong as you whisper to him, and as the final word leaves your lips, the second portion of the glyph grows a light and then transitions to that same purple-blue color. At which point the daylight spell diminishes in a way that you weren't expecting. As opposed to being this bright, glowing, blasting beacon, it shrinks down to a small, condensed, gentle glow. And you're afraid to move your hand.
I don't.
Okay. There's the last offering.
Do you think I should... Oh, no? All right.
You will? Yeah.
All right.
I'll go to him. I'll go with the Vax. Is he on a raised platform?
No, actually, he's on the ground in a bed of black feathers and currently is propped up against Keyleth's chest She's sitting behind him, so he's kind of like leaning back against her. She has her hand against his back.
I'll stand over him. I told you before. No one kills you but me. And I think back to being in Percy's workshop at Grayskull Keep. And I say, I love you too. And I reach back and I slap the ever-loving fucking shit out of his dead face.
Make an intimidation check. Adding your strength, of course.
Oh, Jesus.
22.
22, okay. Keyleth, it knocks him out of your grasp. The impact is so hard.
Just keep my hand. Just, come on.
The body's onto the side. You're like, oh god, you gotta pick it back up.
Shit.
I just let out a.
The third and final portion of the circular glyph alights and then transitions to that purplish blue glow. The entire circle complete. Oh, I went on the dice.
Oh god, Jesus.
So get the one.
Why is he taking a picture
It
again?
always takes a picture. It always takes a picture. It's a thing.
Oh, fucking hell. Jesus.
The glyphs go dark, and so does the light of the outside. The entire central chamber goes dark, the light being crushed and squeezed from the vicinity. You watch as the air gets cold and a slight breeze picks up. And in the darkness around you, surrounding the lifeless body of Vax, all you see is your family and darkness. And there's a glowing little thread, a bead, in the sternum of Vax's lifeless corpse. And you watch as a hand suddenly appears from out of the darkness and reaches down and grasps the thread. And emerging from the darkness, you all see, for the first time, the white porcelain masked face of the Raven Queen. As she tugs on this small bead, you watch as a bright white thread begins to be drawn from the center of his chest. And as it does, he lifts up like a puppet, just limply dangling from it. He's lifted out of your grasp, and Keyleth, you instinctually try and reach for him, but this spectacle is... You find yourself unable to move, whether it be by some other power or just the sheer awe of some sort of a presence here. As he's dangled up on this thread, she stops and holds him there. The mask kind of looks past all of you, and without the mouth moving, a voice fills your minds. My champion has learned much and has done great deeds in the service of fate. There is still much to be done before my charge is complete in him. She releases the thread, and he drifts down onto his feet, arms and head still limp, slowly withdraws into his chest. We shall meet again. Come find me when the time is right, and I call to you to meet me beyond the divine gate. And as the mask withdraws into shadow and her form vanishes into darkness, suddenly the light comes back in. You all kind of close your eyes and blink it, and the vision's gone. And you see all the servants around, still standing in the places they were, just looking intently at Vax. Their kind of eyes still wide open. And you watch as the limp standing form there before you, the wings of black feathers slowly stretch out from his shoulders. And as they reach out and stretch and open, his head pulls back and takes a breath of living air into his lungs, and his eyes blink open.
How do you feel?
We just loop my sister's head, and then I loop Keyleth, and I just pull them in. Where are we?
Ezra. You're alive. Hey, that queen, she's pretty scary looking, huh?
Yeah, you're not kidding. That's pretty intense.
Hi, Vex.
Welcome to my last 4 months.
Hey, Pike. Hi, it's Pickle.
She
fixed you. No.
Can I feel you?
There is some physicality to her her divine form. It feels Pike feels like she's there and she can be like held and touched, but it's like touching a warm, soft Jello almost.
I thought when I give me a big old hug, a jello-y hug,
or like a big piece of cotton. Like you know, it's softer and gives a bit.
Candy Pike.
Kinda, yeah. Kinda.
I take hold of the Jello head. And I press my head into it and say, "Thank you, sister."
Of course, Vex.
Thank you.
I give him a cotton candy kiss on his face.
Oh, man.
As she does so, and she releases your head, Vax, you look at her face, and you look up, and just behind her, you see the mask there. And the voice comes to your head. None of you see this, just Vax, and says, "Soon, I'll call for your purpose. In time." And it just fades, and you can now see the sea beyond the midday of Vesra now surrounding you.
Hey, I feel like shit.
Hey, welcome to the club.
Yeah, you punched your card.
Yeah, all that's left now is Keely.
Which, by the way, your jaw is sore, and you're pretty sure you're missing a tooth.
Oh.
Okay. For sure. For sure. Landlord coming in for that rent. Look. That's the deal that he signed up for. Yeah, maybe it's the warlock in me, but you know. The deal had to come due at some point. And you don't let, if you have control over it, you don't let someone that owes you die. They still got to pay. Yeah, I feel like Orcus is not it. I know that Laura said that. And, if the Briarwoods had been like, fucking Orcus is our homeboy, then I would be all on board. But I just don't know, man. I just don't know. Don't pay the Reaper. To be fair, he has no idea what he signed up for. When do they ever? He knew that going in. It wouldn't be a good deal if they knew what the cost was gonna be. Come on, then they probably wouldn't make it. No, man. It, to be fair, he has a pretty good idea of what he signed up for. He gets Vex back. He gives his life to the Raven Queen. That's been pretty standard. That's been pretty much what's going on so far. So I guess he knows what he doesn't know. I don't know. Yeah. It's also, that scene is gonna be so dope in Lovum. I can't wait. I'm trying to remember if there was anything else specific in there. There was stuff about the glyph which stood out to me just having watched the or just having looked at the Raishan notes. But I'm not taking those too seriously either. I did have one thought. I was kind of like, why does... If Ioun is the one that separated the planes, and that's what all this is about, why would the God of Death be involved? Why could the God of Death do any sort of separating of planes or whatever? Why does the Raven Queen seem to be, relatively at least, more present in the material plane, like beyond the Divine Gate? When Pike goes to talk to Sarenrae, I don't think she gets visions like we ever get of the Raven Queen. And certainly no one else in the party gets those sorts of visions. Now, to be fair, Pike is barely ever at the table, so that's part of it. But I don't know that we've seen any other like physical or not physical manifestations, visual at least, manifestations of any god besides the Raven Queen. And Vax has gotten it a bunch, and now we have the other members of the party getting it as well. I've theorized before about like the Raven Queen seems like more involved beyond the Divine Gate. DMing saying maybe it's because she was mortal. I think that's certainly possible. I was thinking about, though, like, why could Tharizdun, if I'm right about all that, why could Tharizdun separate off the Shadowfell? Like, how did he even have that capability to begin with? Why do Ioun and the Raven Queen work together at all in the first place? They don't really seem that related, but they're still working together. They manage the library in Vasselheim cooperatively. And I was thinking, it's like, okay, well, the transition between life and death is the soul needing to go to the proper planes. Ah, Tiny Monkey, beat me there. Yeah, God of Death lets the soul go to their proper plane after death, so some control over interplanar travel. The God of Death, or at least the God of the transition of death, which Matt has made very clear at this point, is the Raven Queen's domain. She's not the God of Death. She's the God of the transition between life and death. That travel. She's also the God of history and the God of fate, and always kind of stuck out to me, the God of winter? And that didn't click until right now. Like Winter's Crest and the Frostweald. It seems as though, in this cosmology, winter is the time in which the planar boundaries are thinnest. So the god that is responsible for interplanar travel would be, or it makes some amount of sense at least, that they might preside over the time period where interplanar travel is easiest. Winter. I don't know. Yeah. Also, I still think she's a vampire. Or at least Sad Queen is a vampire. Yeah, the domain of winter. Domain of death, domain of winter, domain of fate. Once mortal, the Raven Queen ascended as a follower and a partner to the previous death god. Right. Which his name has been erased from the books. Which again, makes a lot of sense with Tharizdun. Yeah. Although it does say that she was ascended many years ago, pre-second spark, which is kind of interesting. Anyways, I don't know. Psychopomp God. Psychopomp God. Winter and death are often linked because plants die, and so much early religion is very nature-based. That's true. That's very, very true. I hadn't really thought about that. But yeah, possibly. Spoilers, man. Someone put spoilers in? Oh, wait, these are my notes, yeah. These are my notes. Yeah. I thought you were checking a wiki. I mean, it's a wiki. It's just my wiki. That's funny. What does partner mean in this context? I don't know. This is just what Matt told Pike at one point. Partner, like she was dating the previous death god? Maybe she created Winter's Crest? Also possible. Winter's Crest could be the anniversary of her ascending and cooing the old death god. Like, the date that Winter's Crest happens on could be the date that she ascended. And I mean, I think that as of now, the Raven Queen is the only god that we're aware of that used to be mortal. She's the only one that seems to have successfully done it, even beyond Vecna. So, if her ascension caused the planar, that could even be it, is that her ascension caused the weakness of the boundaries on Winter's Crest. That's also possible. Your notes are thorough enough they get mistaken for official sources. Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting. I'm not thinking I can glean too much out of that. Maybe her ascension started the calamity? It's unclear. It's unclear what actually caused the calamity. It's unclear if it was like just a result of the Second War, if it was a particular event within the Second War, if it was kind of a little bit after the Second War. It seems to be that like the Second War, Divergence, also called Calamity, and Penance, and also Second Spark are all kind of in a soup, kind of all around the same time, but kind of unclear as to the exact ordering or like causal relationship. What up? What up? Oh, yeah. I'm sure if only there was a show about the calamity. That's so true. If only there was a show about this incredibly interesting event from the prehistory of Vox Machina. And if only it was so well received that everyone has recommended it to me over and over and over again. That would be, oh man, that would be insane if that was the case. Because it's almost like I would be able to answer all of the questions that I'm asking by watching it. Such a thing would never happen. Never. I'm so excited for Calamity. Not only because I know that it's like basically the Critical Role miniseries that everyone loves and like rates so highly. But I'm also like, as someone that has focused so much on like the prehistory cosmology, I'm so excited to get really concrete answers to all of this. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, man, it's going to be so sick.
Can't grow that back, bitch.
Okay, yeah.
I try to reach my arms around him and fail. Fucking fucker, come here.
Yeah, welcome back. Don't be weird.
You've met me, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Glad you're not dead. Really glad you're not dead.
Me too.
Do you need to rest? Do you need to go lay down?
I think we all need a rest.
Oh, yes.
I turned to Uvenda.
Yeah, she's looking like, well, I'm glad to see that this was a success and that your friend could come and aid as well.
Grog, Terry,
Yes.
the lodestones.
Oh,
Oh, I pull
Oh,
mine
yes.
as well.
I hereby present to you a lodestone that I got at the bottom of the sea.
Good job. Good work.
She kind of points over, and the servants come up and collect the 3 of them, and she goes,
Well, this is fine news. I was worried that we had a loss. Perhaps this endeavor was incomplete. However, it appears that you've both survived the encounter with the current scourge to the Vesper's Rift. And you've completed your Aramente, young Keyleth. There will be a celebration tonight before we send you back to Zephyr, where you will be formally crowned by our father, Corin.
Oh, that's happening tonight. Oh, wow, this stuff moves fast, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
we'll celebrate this evening.
Oh,
You'll
and then I go.
return
All right, okay.
at your leisure.
Oh,
But,
and she kind of walks up to you, and she can see the tears, and she kind of reaches up with her, wrinkled, sun-wrecked.
Wait. Is the crowning? She says you return at your leisure. Does she mean for the crowning? You've completed your. There will be
celebration tonight before we.
Oh, I'm tracking it now. I was confused in the same way that I think Keyleth was confused. There will be a celebration before we send you back to the Zephyr. So celebration, then Zephyr.
We send you back to Zephyr, where you will be formed.
Where you will be formally crowned by your father. So it's like celebration, send you back. Celebration tonight, then send you back, then crowned. Okay. I thought Corin was gonna fucking be there, and I was like, oh no, that what? That doesn't make any sense with them like not knowing about Keela's mom. But no, this makes way more sense. She's just saying like, oh yeah, you'll go back to the Zephyr and you'll tell them that you completed the Armente, and then they just will crown you. She's just like telling her how these things go. Okay. I was like, whoa, wait a second. But I think that was very normal, actually.
Crowned by our father, Corin.
Oh, that's happening tonight. Oh, wow, this stuff moves fast, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
we'll celebrate this evening.
Oh, and
You'll
then I go.
return
All right, okay.
at your leisure.
Oh, okay.
But,
Me too, Keyleth, me too.
And she kind of walks up to you, and she can see the tears, and she kind of reaches up with her, wrinkled, sun-wrecked, elderly gnome skin, and reaches up and kind of rubs the tears from your face and goes,
it's all right. You've done well. And I'm sorry.
What?
For a lot of things. The Aramente didn't used to be this dangerous. It's tradition, but our trial has changed. And while we grew confident in your confidence upon arrival, we should have been more attentive. This might not have happened.
No. It was my negligence and proper planning that added to this.
It may be the lesson learned as this trial, but I think we've learned a lesson as well. And perhaps we need to...
Holy shit. It's just Matt and Marisha talking to each other now. I don't think the characters are talking anymore. I think they're just talking about a D&D encounter at this point. Oh, man. Yeah. The post-88 analysis. Oh, I should have been more prepared with water-based stat blocks. Well, I wasn't as attentive as I should have been to the danger of the trial and the risks therein. I'm not even gonna post the transcript in the logs, because that's normally the sort of thing that I would be like, whoa, bombshell, whatever. I think this is like 90% out of fiction talking. Which, hey, I don't mind. I do this sort of shit sometimes. I'll slip in a little bit of NPCs saying the quiet part out loud occasionally. It's not off the table for me. Well, it's literally not off the table because it's in the fiction. Hey, all right. Anyways.
Adjust our trial, given the dangers of our recent elemental guardian.
I think the landscape of the world has changed a lot recently. And I think the Aramente should reflect that. So I would be honored to provide any insight to help.
Well, come back. Come back once you've returned to your people and become the voice of the Tempest. Then you may alter however you see fit. Anyway, glad you're awake. He taps you in the head with the staff.
Unconscious.
How many people lose their lives on their Aramente? How many people complete it?
Well, the Aramente is generally not a lethal experience. The Kraken only arrived this recent generation, and honestly, the only two who had to take it with the Kraken's presence were Keyleth and her mother.
Oh. What?
I've been hoping to run a perception check through pretty much this entire conversation to make sure she's being completely honest about everything.
Inside check, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like an inside check.
Yeah, whatever, man. Oh, dude. Kind of throws a potential wrench into the whole Vestra are evil and feeding the Aramenta to the Kraken. Yeah, I don't know if they're necessarily feeding them to them anymore. I think they might be maybe like morally gray. I mean, although this whole like there've only been Keyleth and her mom. That is interesting. That is. Giving a party a much more difficult trial quest as an NPC mistake is actually just a genius DM idea. Yeah, I mean, I love this. I think this is a very fun fictional way to address, what I would call a bit of a GM mistake. Within the fiction, and to kind of marry, like, allow the characters to be kind of annoyed or kind of frustrated the way that the players probably were. Like, it's a really nice way to marry the feelings between the characters and the players. So I really enjoy it. Yeah. Or they all know Mega's onto them, so she had to feign innocence. That's what I'm thinking. Oh. The handshake of the volcano. Is that what's his name? Don't tell me, I can remember it. Pyra Headmaster. It is Serkonos. That's Serkonos' name. Handshake of the volcano. Little weak compared to the voice of the Tempest, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. Although, I will say, I was joking. Oh, fair enough. Okay. I'm sure they do. I think that we've heard Uvendes. She's the something of the something. She's like the something of the tides. We know Uvendes. And I think we might know the Earth one. I probably wrote them down. I will say, I'm not saying that they're the same, but Voice of the Tempest does have a bit of a similar ring to the body of Vecna. I mean, they're not that dissimilar. It's all coming together. And we do know, that the Aramente is inspired by Avatar, The Last Airbender. It could be that the Ashari's Aramentes are meant to be little miniature avatars, like primordial avatars. Maybe back in the day, they even, like, the Aramente was them, like, learning from each primordial avatar. Like, way back in the day. The Four. Because the Four remember. That could even be the roots of the Aramente, is that the Ashari counterparts needed to learn, you know, the diplomatic ways of all of the planes to have a better grasp when they go back to their homeland, just like Avatar in Avatar The Last Airbender. Like, he's an airbender. He's the last airbender. It seems like most of the avatars lived in communities of their, like, home element. So it's like all, like, Kyoshi lived amongst airbenders. The fire one lived in the Fire Nation. Like the headmasters all live in their Ashari tribe. But maybe they have to do the Aramente in order to become, like, the voice of the Tempest being the air primordial, or the air primordial avatar. She now speaks for it to the rest of humanity. That seems like kind of something. Flame Striker, Serkonos? Flame Striker. Interesting. Was Korra out by this point? Do we have the Dark Avatar? I don't think so. I don't think Korra was out. It might have been, though. Voice of the Tempest is higher order than the Flamekeeper? Higher order than Serkonos? Or is Serkonos is the Flame Striker? Am I understanding correctly? Liver of the volcano or some such, yeah. Korra dropped in 2012. Oh, did it? Okay, never mind. I thought Korra was more recent. I haven't seen it, so. The Voice of the Tempest oversees all of the Ashari? No, maybe I got that wrong. Oh, my understanding was that she was just going to be overseeing the Zephyra. Because I think, maybe let me go grab the last one. What was it, 88? Because I'm almost positive that I wrote down Uvende's name. I think she's the voice of something. She might not be. I don't really remember. It might be in 87. Voice of the Tempest is the leader of the Ashari. All four heads are equal, to my understanding. We've got some disagreement in chat. I thought it was the Flame Speaker. Flame Speaker. What? I mean, Flame Speaker is similar to, like, Voice of the Flame, so that would honestly make more sense. Oh, I think 87's where I lost, like, the first half. The Vestra exists in this island. Oh, wait, no, this will be good, though. A businessman of the seas. I forgot about that. The Vestra is the pure lake. That's right. Heart of the tides. Uvenda is heart of the tides. That's what she is. Voice is the leader of all? Yeah, there seems to be some disagreement. I mean, don't get too crazy in chat, because it might be, something that's revealed later. I don't know. Heart of the Tides is good. Heart of the Tides is good. I think that we would have gotten, if we were to get it, the Earth one. Hodis is a loose end. Water Ashari. Okay. The leader isn't with us right now. Okay. I think it's the Terry's from Wildmount. They go to, it was probably at the beginning of 87 where they went to the Earth Ashari. Is that correct? Or is it all the way down here? How do you get to Marquette Terrian? Oh, wait, no. Ships avoid Dagger Bay. Wait. Uvenda, Heart of the Tides, leader of Vestra. Wait. Patisse. Earth Trenches right here. Headmaster Patisse. Rock Caller Dryden. That sounds like the similar rank of Flame Keeper, to be fair. Headmaster Patisse. You know what? I'll just go and see. 86. Why not? We're already doing big theory stream. We're almost to the break anyways. I'm going to go and grab this one.
And welcome to tonight.
Oh, wait. This is 83, not 86. Oh, it's number 86 in there. 86. Daring Days. Daring Days. Nice. Let's see. Show transcript. Voice of the Tempest is just the air Ashari. All 4 leaders being equal. Yeah. I think chat should be thrown into a gladiatorial combat to decide the right answer. Let's see. Patisse. Is this Patisse? She's a half-orc. She's got big teeth. If I could speak to Headmaster Patisse. Is Patisse indisposed? No, just this way, into the Terra. Good to see you, Patisse. Let's see, right here. There are certain portions where broken up by hard lines, parallel intersections. You can see the eyes are very hardened, weathered. He looks towards you. Keyleth, you grace the Terra. Good to see you, Patisse. It's been some time. Yeah, it doesn't look like Matt used Patisse's title. He used the Rock Caller title for the other guy. But then says here, Uvenda, Heart of the Tides. Interesting. So I don't think we know what Patisse's name is. Unless it's like fucking voice. Here, you know what voice? Oh, voice. Maybe your fighting voice, your normal voice. The Tempest needs a new voice. Oh, wait, what? What is this? Don't worry, we have many places we'd prefer to keep this way. Oh, Patisse. Just do your best to have the friends keep the village to themselves. Don't worry, we have many places we'd prefer to keep it this way. I trust you all. Safe journeys. Keep her safe, of course, always. The Tempest needs a new voice. Huh. I mean, that is just like a cute way to phrase it. But it could also be somewhat, somewhat literal. Interesting. That's kind of interesting. Yeah. Body of the boulder. The boulder does not take aggression from a little girl. Interesting. Interesting. Keyleth has only talked about leading her people. The body of the boulder. They are not all named after a different body thing, like the heart voice things. They could lend credibility to your theory. They are. We will I think we might get maybe some more detail during the crowning ceremony. Maybe, who knows? But it does lend some credibility towards the body connection. The body of Vecna versus the voice of the tempest, the heart of the tides, the flame speaker, you know. Flame speaker's a little bit shakier, but honestly, that was probably back when Matt had a little bit less of the lore worked out. You know, we went to the Pyra in like the 20s, I think. That was like a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. So he might not have had all the exact details of that worked out yet. This is everything seeming to sort of come together on this. I don't know. I rarely come up with a theory where everything kind of just slots into place. It is Flame Speaker. Interesting. I assume when she's crowned, she won't kill her dad. Would that be a crazy twist? All right, let's see. Okay. Interesting. Oh, wait, this is 86. What am I doing? Curious Tides. These are curious tides. I agree.
What's that?
13.
13. Hard to read.
Okay.
She seems to be at the front.
What do you mean then?
See.
Why? Why were we the only ones with the tools?
Well, before the Kraken came to the rift, it was simply an excursion to gather the lodestones amongst errant elementals and other mild dangers within the plane.
Sure.
The Kraken had only been drawn to the rifts
Recently.
And unfortunately, Lilia was the first to take the trial, with it residing just beyond our door.
How many people did she have with her?
She went in with 5.
None returned.
2 of which were our own.
I'm sorry.
That's the danger we face in these times. To exist amongst such ravaging elemental forces is a danger unto itself, but that is the call. The Ashari by nature, is it not?
Yes, it is.
To safeguard the rest of civilization from these terrors. Anyway, enough dourness.
Yeah, the Ashari ain't safeguarded shit, bro. Look, unless Sir Kodos was just real bad at his job. And, I mean... Oh, actually, I'll give it to the Vestra, actually. I'll give it to the Vestra. They actually seem to possibly be doing the best job at actually safeguarding humanity. It seems like they have pretty decent control over the portal. Like, they could, like, use the lodestones to, like, make it go opaque and shit. Like, you know, maybe they skim a bit off the top, you know, live a little bit luxurious. But I'll give it to them. Seems like Thordak would be less likely to escape from the water plane than the fire plane. It does seem like that. The fire tribe was the only one to get attacked? Yeah. But, like, their portal security was terrible. The portal security was bad. And, like, I don't really know what's going on with the Terra, honestly. They have, like, these weird trenches. So it seems like they do something. But I can't quite tell what their strategy is for security. And then the Zephyra. They seem to just kind of live next to the portal, and they're probably prepped to fight anything that comes out, but they're small tribes, dude. Like, yeah, they can probably take, they can probably take care of a few elementals, but something like Thordak comes out, none of the Vestra are ready to handle that shit. The Vestra are not ready to handle the Kraken. If the Kraken ever gets out, they're fucked. It seems. So, like I said, I'll give it to them. From what we've seen so far, it seems like they're actually taking the best security measures out of all of the Ashari. They're using these lodestones to stabilize the portal. And Matt was very explicit in saying that the Vestra portal is more stable and like seems more controlled than the Pyra portal. So I'll give it to them. They seem to be doing pretty well. We're gonna skip ads. We're pretty close to the end, honestly. We're gonna skip ads. We gotta skim off the top for the tourism a little bit. Terra was all off stream. They went to Terra directly before the Vestra. That's how they found out where the Vestra was. So they went to the Terra, talked to Batiste, and Batiste was like, the Vestra are over there. But she did do her Terra Aramente off stream, yes. Which I do wonder if she has to do a Zephyr component or not. Or maybe just like growing up in the Zephyr takes care of that. You know? I don't know. It is interesting. And she went in the plane with 5, 2 of which were Vestra. Honestly, I do feel like the Vestra might be hiding something from Vox, but I'm getting less and less of a feeling that they're evil or possibly even morally ambiguous. I feel like they actually are really trying, and maybe they're a little vain or a little greedy, you know, but I'm getting progressively better vibes off of them, as weird as that sounds. Because it does seem like, I don't know, it does seem like they are accomplishing the Ashari mission the best out of any of the tribes that we've seen. So I don't know.
It's rather cold here, and I think we'd use some warming heat of the sun. Some food, and perhaps some rest for you.
Hits you again in the forehead.
I'm alive.
Do you mind if we take a brief respite amongst ourselves before we catch up with you and join in the festivities?
But of course, it's, she kind of looks out at the sun. It's about time for my sailing, so I'll see you here in the next hour or two.
And she goes, and 2 of her servants start leading her, flanking her down the stairway.
Kaitiake.
She stops and turns, looking back at all of you, and gives like a deep bow.
Kaitiake.
And it's making her way down the stairs.
Group hug, guys. Group hug. Come here, Terry. You too.
Me too.
You too,
All
Terry.
right.
Come here.
Okay.
Come here.
Sure. This is natural. This is right.
Who is that?
Human contact.
What are you talking about? Who's that?
That guy. Who's that guy?
What are you talking about? That's Tyrion.
Oh, come now. You recognize me, Tyrion Darrington, the brave, the bold. We both fell in battle, so I know exactly how you feel right now.
Oh, I've read your book.
Well,
I know you.
I didn't think it was published yet.
Not quite yet, but I'm sure people are already talking about it.
How'd you do, Terry?
Well.
Well, he did well.
Doty, take this down.
Which as you look over, Doty has been faced away from the entire ritual and been recording the various weather elements and the...
We just witnessed an amazing ritual. Did you not get any of that?
Turns the book around and you can see it talks about cloud structures. It talks about a few children that were playing in the water below.
Well, you are consistent. I'll fill you in on the details of that later, but now take this down. Plagued by an incompetent plan and ambushed by a surprise from a kraken, we nevertheless stayed true to ourselves and to our bravery, found the lodestones, and, despite nearly dying, came back to tell the tale, proving ourselves as heroes of Vestra and to each other. I was aided by young Percival in my fight, abandoned by the antlers and the elves. And by the end of the fight, it was just me and the big guy, duking it out. I blacked out for a moment, but before I did, I'm sure he saw my bravery and was impressed. That's why he dragged me to safety and presented me to Percival for healing. That's enough for
you
now.
You forgot to mention the part where you vomited and blew our cover.
Oh, that's right. You didn't do that.
It's not, this is the abridged. I don't want to bore the readers with too much detail.
It's so weird. I totally remember, like, walking past you and trying to leave.
Somehow I got to the rift door, and I didn't get there on my own, so thank you. Thank you, big guy, for dragging me there. I appreciate it.
Pike.
Oh!
I don't know. My memory is not. Who are you?
Terry Darrington. We passed briefly in Whitestone.
Briefly, yes.
Yes, I didn't realize you were still with my family.
I'll switch to gnome.
Oh, it's fine.
And say, oh, you're friendly with these people as well?
Yes.
They've taken me in and they're showing me the ropes of adventure, and we've already done quite a lot. We were on a boat that was attacked.
Oh, wow.
And we almost died, but I destroyed the beast that was attacking us with a bit of magic.
How did you destroy it? Do tell me.
I have a lot of tricks, magical things that I think that you might even understand, because it seems that you are a magic user yourself.
I dabble.
The resurrection thing that you just did was amazing. I've never seen anything like it, and it was quite astounding for someone who's not really here. Hello.
Does actually hit.
Oh,
the size of her face.
sorry.
And they're speaking this whole time in gnome.
Yeah, so you're like.
It's so funny that Tyrion is so much nicer to Pike than everyone else. I wonder, because he had like a nanny, right? He had like a nanny or like a housekeeper or a governess. I wonder if she was a gnome, because he's being so much nicer to Pike. And at first I was like, is Terry a gnome? I was like, I don't think he's a gnome. What? But I was like, he's not a gnome. How does he know gnomish? And why is he being so nice? It's because it's nanny. Now that we're out of the ritual, what's the playback speed? I don't know. Probably 5.5. There is a command to check it. Oh, actually, it's 1.1. Never mind. We'll set it to 3.5. Yeah, if you do exclamation point, check playback speed, you can see it as well. Tyrion convincing Pike he's closer to the party when, I mean, Terry's still Terry. It all makes perfect sense. But it is interesting. They're just like by default, you know? Or Scanlan just can't help himself. The inner Scanlan can't help but be nice to Pike, yeah. Also, don't humans get to know like 5 languages off the bat? I think they get 1 extra. But yes.
By the way, how is my accent? I haven't had a chance to practice gnome on an actual gnome in a long, long time since I was a boy.
It's terrible.
Oh.
But it's nice to be able to speak it.
I apologize profusely for butchering your language. I learned it by books.
I don't think Terry has apologized a single time this entire... Since he has become a character, I don't think he's apologized.
And I've only, as I said, I've only had a chance to speak it once before to a gnome who visited my family's estate a long time ago. And
Oh. All gnomes know each other, so who was it?
I didn't catch the fellow's name.
Was a fellow, that narrows it down.
Well, he was part of a performing troupe that my father hired to entertain us on New Year's Eve.
Oh my goodness. That's so silly and funny and cute. Pshaw. Terry learned gnomish from Scanlan. Or, practiced it on him. That's so funny. The great Scanlan. That's a good bit. That's a good bit. I still find it interesting that he's being so nice to Pike. I guess Cabium could be correct. It would make sense to be nice to the woman who can bring people back from the dead. That is someone you probably want to have on you want to be on their good side. So it could just be that. But that is very funny that he knows Scanlan. That's a good bit.
And they came in, stayed a few days. I remember quite vividly, though, that they left in a hurry.
Hold on.
something went on with one of the members of the troop and my father's handmaiden, and he was very upset with it, and he chased them all off in the morning, and I didn't get to continue practicing with him. All I know is my father was so upset, something happened in his room. He had to burn his bed sheets, and it was, I think he got a new bed. I don't know quite what happened, but it was quite a dramatic thing. I was only about 12 or 13 at the time.
That sounds like somebody that I would love tremendously.
Well, he had a sharp wit to him, and not very attractive young man, but
He sounds very familiar. Like I said, us gnomes do know each other.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
Really. And is it true that you live hundreds of years and
Thousands, even.
I was
Thousands. It's
misinformed.
something you should know. I guess I should. If you need to know anything, you should always ask.
I also love now. Honestly, it's even. I thought it was going to be related to an existing character detail, but it seems to just be a truly genuine interest of his. He's like a weeb talking to someone from Japan. He's just being so respectful, and he has all this knowledge, and it's so funny. Especially given his description of someone that, was always has his head buried in the books. Him and Percy have connected on their artificing. And Terry is everything that I wish Scanlan had been. He's still terrible. But he is terrible in a bunch of ways that I like so much more than Scanlan.
That's me.
I will.
I will tell you all the truth.
I was planning on doing at least one chapter in my book about the smaller races, and that would be an excellent fitting addendum.
Well, you are just delightful.
Well, you are too. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Okay.
You can feel free to smoke this fool. It's fine.
No, it's fine. He's a little bit of a twat, isn't he?
A little bit.
I don't mind him though. All right.
All right. So, as you guys take a little bit of time to go ahead and rest, recover, converse, and bask and heal up a bit, take a short rest, use your hit dice, get your abilities back that do come back from a short rest. We're gonna go ahead and take a quick break.
Oh.
Be back here in a few minutes. Hold on to that backup character.
Oh, until later. Okay.
I'm 98% believed, 2% bummed.
I know the feeling, man.
Who knows? It may still come up.
Yeah.
What does that mean? We know what that means. You can't say that shit.
What?
Raven Queen. Just kidding.
Raven King.
It's almost like future challenges in the story might involve more death. I don't know.
I'm eating my feelings.
Yeah, a little disappointed, but this works.
So we'll heal up now.
Yeah, heal up now. We're gonna take a break. We'll be here in a few minutes, guys. Much love. We have another giveaway from our friends at Wormwood tonight.
Okay, all right. That is it. Man. It's hilarious. I kind of want to keep watching. But I shouldn't. I shan't. We should just have a shorter stream. That is, my voice is already hurting. I should give it the rest that it needs. But man, oh man, because I just feel, I have this instinct that there is something coming this episode in terms of like a lore drop. I have this instinct based on like the Kraken drop, all that stuff with the Raven Queen. I've been kind of waiting for the next thing after Viscon. And it's been a lot of character-focused stuff, which I don't mind in the slightest. I like all the character stuff. But it really... my plot instincts are kicking in of like, ooh... Raven Queen was just like, I'm gonna call on you when I need you. The Kraken's planning some shit. I don't know. Obviously, Vex made the whole declaration about going after Orcus. I don't think that shit's gonna happen. Although, they might go after Hodis. And I don't know about, like, the configurations of the Hells or the Abyss. I don't know that lore well enough to know if they could, like, hit Orcus on the way to Hodis. Or vice versa, you know? I don't know if they could, like, do a two birds, one stone situation with Hodis and Orcus. So maybe Orcus will come up in that sense. But I feel like the end of this session, or maybe sometime during the celebration, like maybe something goes wrong. And, you know, because they're setting up for some sort of shit inside this temple. So maybe, like, something goes wrong with whatever ritual they're setting up, whatever celebration. You know, they're supposed to have this big, what am I thinking of? Oh. Okay, this might make the stream get copyright claimed, but that's fine. It's in the first episode of Castlevania. Castlevania, Dracula speaking from the fire. Dracula Tepesh brings no. Not he brings death. Well, maybe he brings death. Yeah. He gives Wallachia 1 year, part 1 of 3. Okay, so only context you need to know. Number 1, Castlevania on Netflix. Dope show. You should watch it. But they are currently burning Dracula's human wife at the stake for being a witch. And he's, you might say, a little upset about it. And
she's a witch. This is one of the sciences.
We're not gonna watch the other 2 out of 3 parts. But he's basically like, I'm gonna fucking give you 1 year to shape up your shit. Dracula's a pretty, well, at least a somewhat sympathetic character in Netflix's Castlevania. Again, it's a dope show. You should watch it. But I feel like something along these lines is coming for the Vestra celebration. I don't know what it's gonna be. I couldn't hear on this noisy train home. They're basically like, Dracula, but you're a myth made up by heretics. And he's like, what did you fucking do to my wife, dick? And, you know, he's in this big burning fire. But I feel like whatever ritual the Vestra are setting up for the celebration tonight will be similar. Not actually similar, but it'll be like, you know, similar to like the fact that the Wallachians were burning Lisa. So that'll be the equivalent. And then something like Dracula popping out of the flames is going to happen during the celebration. Where, like, I don't know what. Maybe there's, like, fountains or something. There's like, I don't know. There's, like, fountains involved in the ritual, and all of the water from the fountains starts swirling around and starts, like, fucking stabbing people in the heart, starts killing people. I don't know. But I feel something bad coming during the celebration. And I think whatever that bad thing is going to kick off the next plot thread. We'll see if I'm right. I don't know. But I'm very excited. I'm sort of pumped about it. Kind of weird they were Catholic priests since it should be Orthodox Christian. Witch burning was not a sectarian division. There were plenty of Catholic priests that burned witches. There's, yeah. And they're trying to there's a lot of like exorcism stuff. I mean, but I don't know. That's the vibe that I'm getting. But it's in Romania, which at the time was Orthodox. I mean, I believe it's just in a fictional city. I don't believe Wallachia actually exists because they're not in Romania. They're in Wallachia, which is certainly meant to be a stand-in for something like that. But they are indeed, and I think the Roman Catholic Church was everywhere, even if the country was predominantly Christian. It's a province in Romania. Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that. Interesting. But I mean, I'm sure the Catholic Church was still around, no? Yeah, either way. Yeah. But that's what I think is gonna happen in this last half. I think there's gonna be some manner of lore drop. But I don't even think it would be until later in the episode. I'm going to rest the voice. We're going to come back on Monday. Prepped and excited. I'm very psyched though. I'm psyched to get back to some potential party goals. I like the personal stuff just fine. But I'm psyched to get back to a little bit more direction for the party. We'll see if that happens, but I think that'd be nice. And I don't know. I don't know. On the other hand, it could just be Winter's Crest in Whitestone. Winter's Crest in Whitestone happening after the Briarwood arc. Totally great celebration day. Totally chill. Maybe that will be the back half of this stream as well. Maybe it'll just be Winter's Crest in Whitestone-esque celebration. Because they haven't really had that sort of thing since the Chroma Conclave. But also, they've had so many days and sessions of, like, kind of whatever they want to do that I feel like we've kind of elapsed the, like, narrative timing of when a Winter's Crest in Whitestone would happen. You know what it feels like. I didn't even need to do the Castlevania comparison. This feels like Uriel getting ready to turn Taldore into a democracy. That's what it actually feels like. We just got a ton of rumblings of, "Ooh, I'll be coming soon, and I'm not done with you yet, Vaxeldon." Similar to the sort of like, "Ooh, what's coming next for us? Are we the actual heroes?" This sense of like, we don't know what's coming, but it feels like something is coming right after the Briarwoods. And then we go to a celebration or a big old speech in the Cloudtop District given by Uriel, and that's when the Chroma Conclave strike. We get Raishan coming over the wall. Dude, what if we got the ghost of Raishan? That would be so sick. What does Raishan say to them in dude, I'm gonna make an outlandish prediction, all right? Get ready. Outlandish prediction time on its way. A storm's coming. Wait a second. She says something to the effect of like, "I know you," or like, I recognize you, or "I've heard you." Right? What does she say? I think it's in episode 39. Is this? No, I was doing a bit of. Oh, you were doing a bit of predicting? Wait, let's see. Raishan. Delicious cattle. Raishan enjoys the taste of fear. Hell yeah, dude. You guys were caught amongst the chaos. A white dragon heeds deeper into the city. You hear a loud impact. A grinning ancient green dragon. Delicious cattle. Raishan enjoys the taste of fear. Where? She says something else. Because she's the one that sees them in the thing. Oh, what else does she say? The cattle looks really badass. I think it sounds delicious. Let's try a taste. Oh, that's Craven Edge. I forgot about that. I forgot Craven Edge was still around at this point. It's like one of the second things that Raishan says. She's like, I recognize you. Oh, the foreboding when you switch up the target. Yeah, that's true. And that's where she kills all the council. Oh, there's something she says. I gotta make a super specific. Prediction. Raishan, you got it. Damn it. Man, she says something to him, but I can't. Raishan said, a storm is coming, storm tempest, voice of the tempest. Voice is Vox in Latin, Vox Machina, which means like Raishan. Whoa, really? Oh, dude, this is when Gilmore fucking just disappears. Still so suspicious. Gilmore being in and out of the whole fucking thing. So suspicious. I don't know. Raishan says something to the effect of like, I know you or I recognize you or something like that. She's the one, I believe, that sees them in the orb, in the pre-stream. She's the one that sees them in the orb. And then, I know your face now. Yes. I know your face now when she says it in the orb. And then doesn't she say something to that effect? She's like, I know you or something like that during the attack on Iman. I could swear she says something reminiscent of that line. Teeth coming out of an eyeless face. No, what the fuck? The front of her face, she stays perfectly still. Face of the gun. No. Trying to melt the face, the surface, ghostly face. No. Damn it. I thought there was some reminiscent. I think maybe she recognized Keyleth during the Amon attack. Why is the thumbnail Castlevania Dracula? You'll have to go back. I can't explain it. But yeah, she says something like that. She's like, I recognize you or I know you. So my prediction, my wacky ass prediction, is that there is some sort of corruption. There's some sort of corrupting force of the Vestra's ritual to place the lodestones. I think that's going to be the celebration, is the Vestra are going to be like, yay, we're gonna replace our lodestones, and everyone, woo, like we're gonna do it. We're gonna swap them in and out. These old fucked up bullshit, blah, we're gonna throw them away. Oh, maybe that's what the Kraken did. Okay, prediction time. I'm gonna throw it out there. I think the Kraken tampered with the lodestones, hit him, kind of wanted, maybe secretly, for some of the lodestones to get out, or at least one of them. And he corrupted them somehow, and that's how he knows that it's not long now. I'll see you very soon. And whatever he did to him, he did with it has some manner of connection to Raishan. And it's going to do this big necromantic ritual bullshit. This corrupted lodestone that will cause, because it's a temple, right? Follow me down here. The Vestra thing is a temple. It's like the thing that's being kept aloft. So they place the corrupted lodestone in. It goes boom. And just like the corrupted white stone allowed the ziggurat underneath Whitestone to, like, do some necromantic bullshit to make the siphon, I think the corrupted lodestone is gonna do something similar. And so they're gonna do the whole swap it out ritual. It does the necromantic ritual and brings back skeletal Raishan. And skeletal Raishan comes back and she looks around with her dead, hollow eyes. And she looks at Vox Machina and she says, I know your face. And then combat. And it's a skeletal dragon. It's a Dracolich, maybe. And then Raishan needs to come back because now that Raishan is back, the corrupted lodestones can be used to, like, invert the portal. She's the one that knows how to widen the portals so that shit can come out. She did it for Thordak. She corrupted the Ember Seed. So I think maybe Raishan and the Kraken are colluding post Raishan's death. And she's going to come back as a Dracolich. She's going to let the Kraken out. And then maybe she dies as the Dracolich. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. But then the Kraken is going to be released. But he's going to fucking ignore the Vestra. He's like, fucking thanks, losers. And then he's going to run off into the ocean. And then the Kraken is now the new, like, out there villain that is going to be enacting the BBEG's will. Whether that is, in this case, the water primordial, whether or not he's just going to try to bring all of the other primordials back, including Vecna. Maybe the Kraken is now the executor of the plan. That's what I think is gonna happen. So I think swapping the lodestones goes wrong. Dracolich. Raishan is back, baby. And then the Kraken escapes. And the Kraken is the entity that will ultimately bring in Vecna. And possibly also the water primordial and the earth primordial. I think Fire Primordial, there isn't a current avatar of the Water Primordial or of the Fire Primordial. I think that was Thordak. I mean, that's a way to step the fuck up for the final set arc of the show. Is you're like, all right, so let's tell you about what Thordak really was. Thordak was the avatar of the Fire Primordial. You know how he was the BBG of the last one? Well, now you gotta get through the other three elemental avatars, including the Kraken, who fucks you up during the Aramente, plus the Earth and the Air one. And then you gotta get through the unnatural primordial, Vecna. That's my prediction. That's my prediction. Rajan got Vecna to make her a Dracolich? Yeah, something like that. I think so, yeah. We'll see. That's what I think is going to happen. We'll see. One day you'll have to tell about your board game collection, Mega. It is a collection. Jibba-dibba-dib-doo. I'll tell you about it someday, yeah. I mean, whatever people want to know. Would be a great repeat pattern. You thought one dragon Brimside was bad. How about 4? Exactly. One dragon is bad. How about 4? One Avatar Primordial was bad. How about 4 more? I think you're on to it, Jonathan. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. Seems a little out there, as some of my theories tend to be. But we'll see. I think I'm going to get more direction at the end of this episode. That's what I am confident about. But with that, thank you all for joining. I will see you on Monday. And that's it. And that's it. And goodbye. And goodbye. And that's it. And goodbye.